Hello, it's been a week. Did you guys miss me? I'm sad, everyone. I'm still a little sick. I think it's mostly just a runny nose. But yeah. Hey, Medizzle. Hey, Dusty. Hey, Brian. Hey, Mingus. Hey, Chip. Hey, Sarah. Hey, D1. Hey, Morgan. Hey, hi. Hey, Kofi. But yeah, can you believe that the season's ending in like 2 weeks now? Can't believe it. I still haven't done— what the heck? What the— thank you for the 50 memberships again, Brian. Sweating. Get better, manager. Oh my god. Wait, it ends for New Year's? Yeah, it ends New Year's Eve. That's when the season ends. Me on my way to say yo, membership stream part 2. Drink water now. I'm okay. I read your suggestion though. Speaking of, guys, I still have people over at my house. I think there's more people coming over, so it's a lot of people sharing one bathroom. So if you're wondering why I'm late, it's because I was waiting for the bathroom to not be occupado. Hey, Fade. Hey, hi. Wait, let me say hi. I don't think I can say I can thank everyone that got gifted. But thanks so much, Brian. Let's see. It like comes in bursts in the restream chat. Untrip myself. Let's thank you for the followings. Oh yeah, I did get Lord Lou. Where is it? I got Lord Lou, but he's only level 10 because I don't have EXP tickets. I don't have EXP tickets. It's still going, yup. Lord Lou might go, right? That's also why I have no tickets. I have no tickets at all. Oh my god, you sniped sad too, what the heck? I just saw that in my activity feed, jeez. Hello, Esper, hi. Had Ishmael shard, so I sharded a potential woman. LOL. Also, hi on YouTube too, Wings. Let's see, but where is it? No, it's over here. I would like to get... I've kind of made amends knowing that I can't shard everyone because I only have 100 shard boxes right now. But I do want N-Corp Ryoshu and N-Corp Isang. I think I'm okay with not getting these two, but if I magically get like another 300 shards, I'd also like to get the Mersalt one. Oh god. I feel like I'm gonna regret not sharding the Capo Soldatos because they might get more IDs. Yeah, why would you not shard for Capo Mersal? What the heck? Does the fault lie with the Ishmael banner? What do you mean? Crush Fan's so good. If only. I only have 120. I only have 120 shard boxes. And I have no Mersal shards. Because I busted 400 boxes for Capo and What's that one ego that was also in Walpurgis? This one, regret. But yeah, I'm okay with not getting all the hate shows. I also had a dream where I finished I finished like 2 of the intervalos. But we still have to do the 2. I don't know if these are voice acted, right? Because like, isn't it so that only when they do reruns that they're voice acted? I guess we'll see. But I know this one and the next one are pretty long, right? I think they're like 3 to 4 hours for both of them. Man, I got the Heisho, Gregor, and Rodion, and you don't have them. My luck is really bad. The only Heisho I got Heisho I got naturally wasn't even in Heisho. I only got this Ishmael from rolling. Oh well, I guess yeah. This one don't count either. Ryoshu's not a Heisho either. Yesn't. Hey, let's go do the intervalo. The music's really groovy. 20. Okay. Oh, oops. I went on autopilot and I like made them all into boxes. There you go, or modules. My bad.
총은 수지 타산에 맞게 한 발에 한 놈씩.
Whoa. I look from beyond the glass window as the sinners battle furiously inside the large indoor arena. Oh, it's not voice acted. Oh, oh, it's not. Alright, guys. You damned imbeciles. What's the point of everyone rushing at the same enemy that's already been staggered and nearly dead? Faust had attacked that entity first. The blame lies flatly with the other's delayed decisions. Apologies, yet concerned was I that to not dispose swiftly of that foe would. I'm planning on getting Heisho, Otis, and Ryoshu when they're shardable. You got like a week, right? oh, Heisho, Otis, and Ryoshu. Yeah, that's after the new season. Yeah, I would also like to get them too. I think this is a great show of teamwork. I had no idea how hopeless the sinners were in battle without my command. Damn it, why won't any of you listen to my orders? Oi, your genius order was how the last's head ended up dangling from 1/4 of a neck. It was a necessary sacrifice to gain an edge in battle. Worry thee not. How befitting of a hero it is to perish in place of her compatriot. Donkey. Guys, I also can't yell because I still have people over. I'm sorry. Donkey that falls before the merciless onslaught of enemies. Hi, Sciency. When reading in a nutshell, so true. Once I shard those two, the only one I'll be missing is Sinclair. I need Spring Break Cultivation Bookgag. Whoa. Sarah joining over on YouTube to talk amongst other Limbus players. I had so many things I wanted to say to them, most of which were variations of "you're doing it wrong," but I had no choice but to watch as their woefully abysmal decisions continued to bungle the fight. Whose silhouette is that? If I tried, this researcher next to me will get in my way, claiming that they haven't finished collecting the data. I was able to pull Princess Rodion, so I just sharded Cassetti Mersault before the season ends. Which one's Princess Rodion again? Isn't that is it like the Mancha Land one? This one's reaction speed to emergencies is exceptionally fast. So, can I help though now? Mancha Land, okay. Please stop pacing and compose yourself. We're almost done here. That should be more than enough data. Take control, manager. I had a lot I wanted to say, but let's help the sinners out of this bind first. Man, so sad. No voice acting. Oh well. Whoa. Why are you purple? Oh yeah, this did happen in the last intervalo where we fought shadow versions of each other. Okay, win rate T. Neutral. Oh god. Where are you?
나아가주게.
Oh, but what did I do during my break? Technically, what did I do during my sick break? Technically, I realized I could have streamed on Tuesday or Wednesday because the guests didn't come until Thursday. But like My sister hung out with them before that, but it was a nice little break while I was still sick. How are they fighting amongst themselves? I think they mentioned it in the last intervalo where they summoned like shadow versions of themselves, right? That turned into like the Pekatulum. Like if you look over here, it says that they're Pekatulum. Hope you're feeling better. I think so. I think I only have like a runny nose now. In the meantime, I did read like 3 BL novels. Surprisingly, they weren't that bad. Moonray 2. Oh yeah, I think now this patch in Limbus, they made it so that they have like the, I forgot what it's called in Fire Emblem Awakening, but they had like the light necklace or whatever that lets you redo a fight even if you lost or continue it. I think Limbus has that now. You sick a little bit. Rip Heathcliff, don't worry about it. Heathcliff's fine. Evil Heathcliff though, he did. Initially I got scared it was COVID because there was one day where I didn't smell anything, but the day after I was able to sniff my candle. I think it's really funny though that you can tell when like the COVID's back in full force when like you see like the Yankee Candle reviews and you just see a bunch of reviews that are like, I don't know what's going on, but I can't smell the candle. This candle has no smell. Why is it so weak? And it turns out it's everyone's sick. Oh. Wait, are these the oh they got ego too? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, they got no. We're okay. Good enough for me. Penta 9's apparently supposed to be burned, so make sure you have a good burn team. Hey Cruz, say hi, the real Esper, that's me. I did get the Walpurgis Zotis because that is like a good burn unit, right? Other than that, I don't really have any strong burn units. I'm hoping though that for Canto 9 there's like a really good burn Ryoshu, because there's no burn Ryoshu yet, right? I don't think so. I think it's all like burn and rupture, right? So far, flitter and whatnot. Ego? There's a burn ego? There's a Lu-10, okay. No, Lu ID. Sorry, I read it as 10 because I saw it in Stream Avatar's mini chat first. There's an old 2-star, yeah, just a Lu one. Oh well. That went well, did it? Oof, got staggered thrice. As expected, whoa, sorry. There are alright burn Ryoshu that is Lu, but 2-star, but 20, 20. Checking in, thank you for the gift of membership. Everybody say thank you, Brian, for the membership. Stationary, hi. As expected of our executive manager, the exceptional development of your strategic genius reminds me of the earlier years of my career. Thanks. Whew, got anything to snack on, guys? I'm starving here after that brawl. Ominous silhouette appears. You will maintain an empty stomach for the duration of the tests. Next on the docket is... Hey, Nimapola, thank you for the lurk. I would have asked Mersalt for a massage if I knew this was coming. Whose idea was this anyway? I wiggled an eyebrow. Mersalt probably gives a really good massage. Well, if you really wanted to get into it, we can trace this right back to your vacation request, Gregor. Not that this wouldn't have happened without that. But yeah. Oh, come on, fellas. It's... I just thought of Mr. Krabs' voice flashed in my head. Oh, come on, fellas. There's gotta be more to it than that. Sure there was. Not that it would have made any difference. Because, like Ishmael said, this all began with Gregor's particularly egregious stretching. What? What? There's no voice acting, but he's still moaning and groaning. What's your thoughts on R-Corp Rhodian? Cute seasonal unit? Will not pull. Would not pull. I gotta hold the line. Nothing will be the joy and whimsy I felt from Ryoshu coming home at my first 10 pull. This will never happen to me again. You know, I actually, guys, in Star Rail, I got fine on at 1 pity. I thought that was crazy. I immediately lost to 50-50 and got bourgeois. Next pull, I got boom, fine on. I was like, whoa. This will also never happen to me again. And then you know what happened after that? I was like, oh shit, Manhattan Cafe banner. And then I pulled for her. You know what happened? Boom, 150 pulls, didn't get jack shit. The question is, do I want to play again every day for the rest of the 40 pulls? No. I got cafe in 24, man, fuck you. Fuck your mother. Maybe if I magically scrounge some radio shards, I suppose. You also got the drifting blade of Honyon on your first pen pull. Yo. My steak so buttery, my lobster so juicy, right? My chips so crunchy. Wow. My drink so refreshing. Wow, that sound just now. Wow, I didn't know a human body could make a sound like that. Oh. Bro, there's no voice acting and Gregor's still moaning and groaning, bro. Ooh, I was just doing some stretches. Can't seem to do them without making these noises nowadays. Whoa, Gregor is in a mega confirmed. Got her an announcer and a 10-pull, congrats! I'm kind of glad I didn't get him. Huh? What do you mean you can't? That right there is the creaking sound of the time's ravages sink. Oof, I know Dante's been turning the clock to rewind our time, but I feel like my joints are starting to grate. I know what you mean. I definitely don't feel as spry as I used to. Maybe from the pain of repeatedly dying and reviving takes a toll after all. Yeah, dying sure is a pain. That's when Hong Lu flippantly threw out an innocent comment amidst the complaining sinners. Speaking of which, isn't it funny how Don Quixote is totally fine even though she's hundreds of years old? She's got to be the oldest of us by a lot, right? Damn. 200-year-old minor. Honglu's unprompted catapulting of such a heavy subject brought the busy air inside the bus to a sudden stifling halt. I thought we were gonna take some time to actually broach that subject, but you just bulldozed through the whole mess, huh? I must have made things awkward. I didn't realize everyone is so sensitive about their age. Me too, Don Quixote, you are so woke for your age. That's, 'tis not to concern thyself with. Be not so. Of course, there is also someone who could not care less about the bus's air quality. You know, I saw more and more people tweet about how Heathcliff is probably soon there. And I was like, yes. Yes, they understand. They understand my vision. Oi, Scoot, that's my designated seat you're planting your arse in. I'll whack you. On the other hand, here's this guy without a care in the world. Almost makes me wonder if he even remembers what just happened. I mean, that's a crazy thing to say, consider we don't, or at least they don't remember his toxic situationship. My situationship became the moon. That's rough, buddy. Well, maybe... Sorry, somebody honked outside. Well, maybe this is your chance to get back at him for treating you harshly. Don Quixote, I'm sure you can. Think. I've never seen your eyes sparkle like that before. I am quite fond of the current temperament of our company. Unless young Heathcliff here suddenly morphs into a villainous scoundrel, I have nary a wish to extract violence upon him and... Hey people, yeah. Right, now that's over with, let's all shut up and keep the chin wag to a minimum, yeah? Seems plenty villainously dickish to me. Whoa. Dickish. Hey, Blub. Hey. Anyways, it might only... the creaking? I just realized every time Gregor talks, there's like a creaking now because his bones are aching. I also saw a Twitter post explaining, or somebody was asking them why like Gregor and Honglu are the same age, right? But Honglu's so young in comparison, and it's because like the meme of like the soldier, like the meme of the soldier in like a battle, and he's just staring like really like eyes glaring into the viewer. That's Gregor, and then Honglu is just hand-fed cake growing up, even though they're the same age. Anyways, it might only want thinking that it's about time we got the thing. What's the thing? The thing? Yeah, the thing. Well, you know, the thing that we tried a while ago, but didn't get to enjoy due to some unforeseen issues. Deathmatch. DM. Not that. Don't you remember? We even played volleyball by that big body of water. The 100-mile stair picture? Yeah, that one. That's Gregor. That's Canto 1. Contextual clues suggest that he is making a request for a vacation. Yep, absolutely yep. Let's all go to a spa or something. Relax, get massages to loosen up our muscles some, please. Let's go to the sauna. You still have expectations for our employers. They should get their hours off. Aha, I recall that young Mersault has given thee quite the exquisite massage, had he not? I have astute knowledge of the major muscle groups and nerve structures of the human body. For many weeks following that massage, my body was deprived of any sensory stimulation. I wiggled an eyebrow. Hey, fanfiction authors, are you listening? Thus understood it was the philosophy of Mersault's physical therapy that the most infallible methodology of convalescence from the pain is to remove any and all stimulation, including the pain. It seems that the time is here. Virgilius? Dante. Yes, I knew that this day would eventually come. The day's here. Why is everyone acting so serious all of a sudden? Radiant's observation is correct. While turning the clock does indeed turn the time, a certain degree of exasperating fatigue cannot be alleviated. This necessitates that we employ a certain measure to verify the status of each sinner. What could it possibly be that it needs this much build-up? In other words, it is time for Limbus Company's gulp. Gulp. Dramatic gulping noise. Regular checkup. Title screen. We did get a call from the higher-ups a little while ago, requesting that we send the sinners to a regular checkup. But it was repeatedly delayed due to several limiting circumstances on our end. They've been obnoxiously hounding us for quite some time. I was starting to get tired of explaining our absence. Checkup? What checkup? Don't be so on edge, Heathcliff. Such proceedings are regular occurrences at most corporations. Whoa. I've never personally experienced it myself, but sounds like they're just checking to see how we're doing health-wise. I turned around, getting ready to say, right, Ishmael? Whoa. Only to come face to face with Ishmael's shocked expression frozen onto her face. We get health insurance? Well, this is unexpected. I thought Ishmael, with her worldly experiences, would leap to this opportunity to lecture us all about how things worked outside Limbus Company. Regular checkups are... Oh, you're gearing up to explain what it is, coolio. You got 30 seconds to wrap it up. Ready, set, go. No. Hi, Yomi. Hi. Not the regular checkup. Miss Ishmael's expression seems to suggest otherwise, Miss Radia. Ah, I did hear that some fixer offices or associations employ varying methodologies when it comes to regular checkups, depending on their characteristics. Locked up until there's only one standing. Locked. Blood of my colleagues. The only key to escape. Oh. What kind of checkup did she have to go through? Ishmael was the only one responding with a pale-faced, abject horror at the suggestion. Do you even understand what kind of regular checkup you're getting into? I'm asking if you're prepared to go through the regular checkup, no matter what happens in the process. Are you prepared to endure through everything that... What's wrong with this bloke now? Mate's looking all pale. I don't understand why everyone's making such a big deal out of this. I don't think it's that bad. I think we used to have an annual checkups back in school too. What kind of checkups? They'd put us all in the same room, measuring heights, weights, running some basic fitness test, the fitness gram pacer test. Pretty. Wherefore do they seek the measures of such characteristics? Must you really ask? A full knowledge and analyses of each soldier's status is indispensable intelligence for officers to have on hand. What soldiers? I was talking about my school. Right, so that don't explain shite about what you need to know, does it? Why they find it necessary to spray people with those stinking chemicals just to see if someone's got lice in their clothes? Oh. Is he a dog? He must have gone through his share of rough checkups too as a kid, I guess. You all keep asking questions with the most obvious answers. In fact, I've been wondering when they'd test us. Otis confidently marched up to the front of the other sinners with an assertive grin, as though she'd been waiting for this very moment. The true purpose of this checkup must be to elect a true authority amongst us. Among us? Why do you sound Scottish, Heathcliff? I can't help it. Donkey. A true authority. By your parlance, true authority, could it be that you are questioning who among us is our leader? Among us. Bum 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 bum. But I'm standing right here. I humbly request that you avoid plaguing yourself with any unnecessary misunderstandings about my suggestion, Executive Manager. Of course, I must preface this with the declaration that there cannot be an iota of doubt toward Executive Manager Dante's authority. Okay. But was this not always a topic of great contention among us? Every time they say the words among us, it's just like a vine boom in my head. That which of us is most fit to command a squad of sinners? Isn't it Ishmael? Or maybe Faust? That's what I thought too. This lack of cohesion is precisely why we always fail to face our enemies as a team, always scrambling, always underprepared, always taken by surprise. You must always be ready to drop— oh my god, that's so much text. You must always be ready to drop at the ground and give 500 push-ups whenever your superiors commands you to do so. Always maintain willingness to survive your well-being and life for the sake of glorious victory for your allies. It's all missing. Where's your readiness for self-sacrifice? No one's arguing with you, Otis. Who are you even talking to? Aha, so to summarize, the regular checkup entails putting us all in a small room and making us fight to the last understanding. Silence fell upon us at Hung Lu's succinct summary. Battle Royale. I've been looking forward to this. Fuck it. Fuck it. I'll give you one hell of a fight. My fists used to be bloody famous in the back streets. Fine, so that's how we're doing this, huh? I'm ready to roll. Guys, this isn't... Okay, so where are we off to? The battle... Excuse me. Regular checkup takes place at... The sinners seemed to be under some serious misunderstanding about what the regular checkup entailed, but Faust had obviously long given up on correcting them. The headquarters you speak of must be the headquarters of Limbus Company. Yes. Would this battle royale last a fortnight, right? Are we gonna take the bus? Ooh, we're finally getting to visit the headquarters, huh? A whole year after they hired us. We should be right on time upon immediate departure. This instant, thou sayest, yet mine heart is faint prepared, pretty, allow us some time to prepare our travel for revisions. Where is HQ anyway? Hopefully it's not too far from here. That is a secret. However, I would like to inform you that it exists in a location inaccessible via Mephistopheles. Oh, come on. How are we supposed to get there if you're not going to tell us where it is? Inaccessible via Mephistopheles, you're not about to suggest that we board the warp trains again, are you? Fie. Fi? I shan't ever board the warp trains again. Indeed, we will not be boarding the warp train for this journey. So, are we taking the back doors or something? Yeah, good point. Let's take them doors instead. Sound suggestion. However, in lieu of sufficient information regarding each door, the destination may hold an element of randomness, or due to the variable nature of its activation period, the resultant destination may or may not reflect our intended end coordinates, or an unexpected closure mid-passage through the frame may behoove us, me when I'm a horse, to bid the company our last farewells and embark on an untimely journey of no return. I just got Manhattan Cafe 1 Temple. Let's go. Clenching my fist. So happy for you. Congratulations. Are you sure this is a sound suggestion? Huh. Then I'd rather take that bloody train instead. At least we won't remember what happened once it's over and done with. Battle Royale. So, further research. What's necessary to ensure safe transportation to the intended destinations? Further research? Are you implying that you made modifications to the back door? A close assessment. However, it would be more accurate to say that the back door was merely used as a reference. How did you even make the time for research? Weren't you doing everything with us the whole time? Elsie and Faust established multiple communications with a certain new wing aspirant company during the spare hours between our travels to garner multiple cooperation efforts regarding the stabilization of the back door. A new wing? Now we don't hear the creaking anymore whenever Gregor talks, lol. I wish they did it every time in this scene. It would have made me laugh. Are they looking to take over L Corp's vacancy or something? Quite sharp, Gregor, but the destination of your intuition could be improved. It is the company seeking to seize the imminent vacancy of the ever-declining W Corp. W Corp? Is that so? Yeah, that makes sense. Stories of W Corp's decline have been spreading more and more as of late, and I'm not surprised that some companies would consider this to be an opportunity. Newspapers also featured op-eds regarding a possible management crisis at W Corp, with many of them discussing the mysterious disappearances as well. I see. So they've been furtively planning and preparing to take over W Corp's position as a wing. But to supplant a wing even before it falls on its own, now that's certainly peculiar. I think the noise might have been the cockroach pet Gregor has, as you can see a cockroach in all of the IDs. In the scene, they literally started off the scene with how Gregor's basically old and his bones kept creaking every time he stretched, and everyone was like, whoa, I didn't know a body can make that sound. They must have something, a scheme perhaps in the works, and to ally us with such ambitious parties is the headquarters looking to start a war of the wings. I, at this moment, am not privy to such details. Miss Otis, we needn't make predictions in such rashness. Recall that W Corp has been mired in troubles, both internal and external, having fallen such desperation as to seek the assistance of our company. It's funny how Mersault has the least screen time and dialogues out of every sinner, right? They're probably building up to his Canto whenever it comes up. Oh, sorry, random dude. Hey, hi. It is no wild presumption to predict that it shall crumble ere the advent of such violent pandemonium. For indeed, inefficiency is the bane of technology that brings ruination to those that fail to overcome it. Our research efforts, however, were much efficient and successful. Its mechanisms are similar to that of the back door, but eliminates the corridor, instead establishing a direct connection from one door to another, a portal if you will. Oh, so you resolved all the aforementioned side effects then? Not quite. Oh, when the text turns tiny and you know it's gonna be a wall of text. Not quite. Similar difficulties to the aforementioned cases were observed. Sometimes the accuracy of the target destination coordinates were lacking, or in other cases, the activation period would be cut short, causing the door to shut prematurely and amputate the subject as they were traversing between doors. Ryoshu's my favorite sinner, mine too. I'm so excited for Canto 9. There has been much progress in the stabilization efforts, however, minimizing the pentasection incidents. Most recent incidents have been limited to bisections. Bisection certainly is an improvement over pentasection. Whoa. being split into 5 parts like a pizza, jeez. They both sound equally awful to me. Sob. That's what Don Quixote would sound like if this was voice acted. I would not behold mine left and right shoes so cruelly sundered, forced to be so far apart upon our coming to the headquarters. Well. All this idle chatter of unnecessary concerns tell me that your bus life may have been too uneventful lately. Hold on, I have to clear my throat after I pretended to clear my throat from reading Otis's dialogue. Okay. Looks like the research arrived while you were wasting time. I saw a large and unfamiliar vehicle through the window. It's that vehicle. It's got no windows though. Well, that's so scary. How tiresome. Now, off the bus. Are we fighting? Are we fighting or are we reading? I wonder what we were to get if we had a rerun of this Intervalo. Leave it a stretch. Once we disembarked the bus, we made our way to this unfamiliar vehicle of sorts. This interior was mostly metallic, filled to the brim with convoluted-looking machines, and the opposite of the entrance. A massive door loomed over us. This is... Assistance from P-Corp in the process of developing this device was indispensable. Wait, that means... In cohorts with young... Chesara, are you? Hoy day! Much should I aspire to regale her with the tale of the contract's glorious completion of mine heroism and bravery. 'Tis quite unfair of thee to meet her all by thy lonesome, Miss Young Faust. I would also like to meet Chesara one-on-one. Shock Centipede ID? We already have Ardor Faust and Lantern Song. Ooh. Oh, is the Shock Centipede ID the one that Heathcliff has? Her concerns will be taken into account next time. Faust seemed relieved. We love communication in this household. Worry thee not, for thou hast availed us the sites of Limbus Company headquarters. Thy tit had been tatted for. There are numerous reasons for which you were yet to be allowed in the headquarters, but as it would be a fruitless effort to explicate them all, we will not cover that subject here. Phew, glad to hear we're not sitting through another lecture. Primary reason is, however, that there were several limitations to bringing the members of our departure to the headquarters brought upon by frequent transness movements and irregular scheduling of our missions. Why'd you say that? Why'd you say that if you... Wait, why'd you say all that if you were gonna explain anyway? Wait, more importantly, what's that about collaborating with P-Corp? Boy, here we go again. P-Corp singularity can be summarized by the following 4 words: expansive space warping technology. Oh, right. Didn't you say that Miss Cesara told you something about how the principle of P-Corp singularity is a lot like how La Mancha Land works? I think we'd get a shock centipede ID for the bookcock. Oh, is it called bookcock for when there's a rerun? Me making sure. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. Right, La Mancha Land is much larger on the inside than it looks from the outside. Oh yeah, I've been meaning to ask. Don't other wings already make liberal use of different kinds of space expanding singularities? It's, how should I put this? Isn't it a bit too mundane of a city for P-Corp to call space manipulation its unique thing? That was quite the intelligent question. Can you guys kiss? Compliments, how nice. I'm actually surprised that Faust said that, actually. Hey, Red Tomato, hi. Ishmael is correct in suggesting that technology to expand a given space is a commonly employed technology by other wings as well. An example of one such invention is making use of the space expansion technology, but isn't a P-Corp singularity, would be Mephistopheles. The ultimate purpose of P-Corp's space expansion technology is to create the safest place in the world. Perfectly protected construct, its interior sheltered from the world outside no matter how severely its exterior is battered, to have a sound structural integrity no matter what, its interior is safe from any and all harm. Maybe Faust can get a burn ID that is a 9-2 or the Arknights collab. Maybe. Or you have to wait 2 years for the Arknights rerun event to get it. Therefore, the more expensive P-Corp Therefore, the more expensive the P-Corp product is, the safer its interior is from damaging the outside conditions such as extreme pressure or shock. Perhaps the way in which the interior is completely insulated from the outside is comparable to a full disconnect from the outside world by sheltering in a separate dimension. In conclusion, the exterior of this vehicle utilized P-Corp singularity, which means that it can protect its interior from all forms of impact, not to mention that it has enough room to hold more than 13 people inside. Hi Bagman, hi. Don't dimensional trucks or containers also transport things to other dimensions? Sinclair, why are you freezing up all of a sudden? There was this creepy story that used to circulate amongst kids back when I was in school. Here's how it goes. So a devout association employee makes a delivery to a house, then looks away for a second, and a curious kid crawls up to their courier trunk, and I'm gonna stop the story there. Look, that story kept me up all night for a whole week, okay? I couldn't stop having nightmares about that scenario where... Leave it to hydrate. Hey, come on, sometimes a story's just a story. Hey Zambasa, hi. Not necessarily. Unfortunately, the story that inspired Sinclair's week-long nightmares was most likely an accurate retelling of a true story. Nightmare. Several regulations were added to Hana and Devot's association rules to prevent cases of people being stored in dimensional containers. From a certain perspective, it may be that the warp technology employed by W Corp shares a degree of similitude. The parallel lies in the fact that it also transports humans to a different dimension, the difference being that they are packaged in a safer manner. Therefore, perhaps enough of a connection exists to say that they operate in the same scale. Hey Ricardo, are you having a nightmare? No. Yeah, hi. I'm gonna warn you because of your name. I'm gonna have to make you look at the pin message, Ricardo. Hi. Anywho, the point is that we'll always have access to the headquarters as long as we have this vehicle thing, right? This will certainly make the logistics of communication and supply much more convenient. One question, however, how does the company plan to move this instrument? As I expect that would be much trouble on its own. Has that detail been hashed out yet? No. In order to establish a more tangible level of communication with Limbus Company headquarters, an effective means of transportation such as this vehicle will be installed in a nest across the city. In summary, an efficient means of transportation such as this vehicle here, developed using P Corp and the Esper and W Corp's technology, will gradually be installed at various points across the city. In every nest? Of course not. The technology is experimental. It is astronomically expensive to install and operate. Virgilius gave us a firm clarification. Activating now. Faust tinkers with various machines and contraptions within the vehicle, and the giant door from earlier began to tremble, making a loud noise. What is your wish? Get Manhattan Cafe within the next 10 pull. Wherefore is that gate yonder shuddering so? Energies now linked are routing towards that gate. When the gauge displays around the glowing door filled, a door began to slowly open. Entering now. When it's fully opened, Faust made her way inside like it was just another door. Well, let's follow her inside. There's a bizarre and incomprehensible noise of machines, coupled with a low droning noise. Yes, we have arrived. Welcome to the Limbus Company headquarters. This place is teeming with people dressed in all sorts of odd outfits, walking briskly between their busy schedules. If only I got to see art of them. Damn. I hear heavy doors opening and closing from here and there, alongside that odd sensation I've been feeling from time to time. It's the floor of the LCE department. Ooh. It sounds like mall music in like an RPG game. I like it. Alright, I will take a drink of my water. LCE. Hopefully we get to proudly stride in through the headquarters front gate one day. Are we gonna fight? I think we're gonna read more. Let's go. I can't say that on stream. You're scaring me. I don't want to know. At least you know better. Oh, we are fighting. Okay, within 10 turns. Okay. Oh shit, it's 6. Okay. I needed to select all the members. It's okay. Whoa. Deku? Oh, we're so silent. Oh, we're so silent. Oh. Right. Are we waiting for something to happen, or are we all suddenly unfamiliar with the concept of introducing ourselves? Given that no one appears to be willing to introduce me, allow me the liberty of self-introduction. He kinda looks like Deku. My name is Hohenheim, the chief researcher of this company. To be precise, he is the chief researcher of the LCE department. To be more precise, I am the chief researcher responsible of the entirety of Limbus Company. Does she know? Hi, Katek. Hi. Also, hi, Instant. They're having an intelligent off. They're having a brain off. To be even more precise, the only reason he retains that role is because Isang and I have been excluded from the research personnel files due to our statuses as sinners. Someone must stay behind to continue the research after all. Aha, so you two are friends. While it seems entirely unnecessary to establish a label on this relationship, it could be said that we are acquaintances who routinely and unwillingly maintain a regular level of communication with one another. Ah, I am in agreement with Faust. For the first time since we are acquainted. I hear that our department has reached out several times to yours to remind you of this regular checkup. The nature of the LCB department necessitates that we are constantly on the move from one nest to another, which makes it rather difficult for us to give you an immediate reply. I would have expected someone like you to be already well aware of this obvious detail. She's so rude. She's so rude, but in cursive or in italics. Yes, I was very well aware. I am also quite aware of the fact that your department has been giving us that same reply over and over again like an answering machine. And this must be Dante, the executive manager of the Limbus Company Centers. I'd like to say hi, nice to meet you, but I don't suppose you can hear what I'm saying. The manager extends their greetings. Charmed. It is grueling and arduous work to be in position of leadership, especially when communication issues come into play. Sometimes I cannot help but wonder if my researchers and I are speaking the same language, so I do commiserate. Okay, who is this? How odd. Their clothes are. Ah yes, allow me to introduce you all to Martin and Alyssa, two of the researchers directly in my command. The one on the right looks like he could be an Arknight's character. No way they have a Faust too. Two of them. Are they wearing gear extracted from abnormalities? But how? Happy to have someone who recognizes them. Are they like gears scavenged from the former L Corp? Well, oh, here we go. While they're partial, I thought the text looked tinier, so I thought Marcel was gonna go on a tangent. While there are partial similarities to their gears, enough differences are present to distinguish them. Indeed, we attempted our own brand of extractions, successfully, I might add. While the news of production of Ego gear in the Limbus Company style was already received, this was the very first time they're observed in person. So, you must have abnormalities contained in this facility. So that's why I've been sensing abnormalities in here, huh? But I'm sensing distortions in Pecatula too. Indeed. Yes, they are containment and research subjects for LCD department as well. Faust closely observes the Ego gear Hohenheim was wearing like an exceptionally harsh judge in a fashion contest. Apart from a few imperfections in the finish, this level ego extraction visible here is quite acceptable. Input appreciated. This is a product of thousands of repeated experiments and subsequent failures that have been meticulously conducted and studied in order to extract it with an acceptable level of stability. But at the end of the day, I did it, like I always do. You did it. Are you sure you want to take all the credit when your team's right behind you? We're used to it. We're used to it. Oh, piss off. I'm going mad surrounded by these self-absorbed twats. This is before that one thing. Can you wait for that one thing to happen instead of just telling me? I'm just about ready to get violent on some poor bastard. Let's get on with the checkup so we can get back to that bus, yeah? I feel the very same urgency you express. There's much we must cover, regrettably, given that this is the first ever regular checkup performed as a group since your employment. Faust also does not wish to pass more time without substance. Let us begin. Very well. Our first task shall be to assess your abilities in response to emergency situations. Wait, he just pressed something. Emergency situations. The walls of the laboratory suddenly started separating and sliding into place. When it settled, I realized that it had locked the sinners away in some kind of hold, isolating them from me, Virgilius, and Charon. What the hell? This is just an ambush. Yes, it is. The purpose of this test is to measure your behaviors in response in case of a surprise attack, so ambush it is. Was this discussed beforehand, Virgilius? You look anxious, Dante. Well, I suppose you weren't let in on this either. I wasn't, for your information. Oh, okay. Just go with their flow, Dante. Just go with their flow, Dante. So it goes. Would be an apt response. I'll find a room somewhere where Karen and I might sit down and enjoy some nice tea. Come find me with Faust once this is all over. Karen wants cake too. Oh, hey. We got some leftover cake from our last office party. Come this way, please. How old is that cake? An employee appeared and led Virgilius and Karen away into a nearby office room. Okay, so this is a regular checkup, huh? Let's get this done. While Dante is behind a window. I guess that little compartment is where Dante's trapped. Yeah, I guess Dante's trapped in here. Alrighty. Where is she? There she is.
명령에 따르겠습니다.
Wind rating.
전탄 격발.
When was, well, obviously this was after Canto 7 was released, but how long ago was this Intervalo released? Curious. Intervalo release date. Oh, January. Really? I didn't think it was that long ago. Hey kid. Can you stop foreshadowing what's about to happen? This is like your 5th message about something that's gonna happen. And now when it does happen, I'll be like, oh, okay. Wow. Not surprised at all because people kept typing it up and now it's actually very boring. Can you shut up? The streamer experience, right? Whoa, the thing's gonna happen. Whoa, boss, whoa, the thing's gonna happen. Me when the thing happens. My honest reaction, oh wow, here's the thing. Awesome. Nope. Okay, this time I will have to direct it. Alright, looks good to me. Reaction to the said thing, right? Oh boy. Whoa, this really blew my socks off, guys. Wow. I thought it was just normal stream etiquette to not foreshadow or like subtly spoil stuff, right? I thought so too until I started playing Limbus. I'm like, oh boy.
명령에 따르겠습니다.
I think, what was it? I think when I played Intervalo 3, right? Which is before Canto 5. There was a bunch of messages talking about like the hair coupons. And I was like, I think that was like two streams before I actually got to Ricardo. So people were foreshadowing that like super early. Does manager plan on pulling for Reindeer Rodion? I think I will have to pass. Unfortunately. I think the unit's cute, but other than that, I don't feel like a pull to it. Do you plan on pulling? I remember that, bro. Right? Unforgettable. I think the funniest part was when I think I was streaming Canto 5, and then I was like, oh, I think next stream, guys. I think next stream is when I'm gonna pin a message about no role playing. And then the second I said that, a role player came into the chat. I think it was like a Carmen role player, and I was like, okay, guys, never mind. Actually, I'm gonna pin the message now. And then every time that person came in, I was like, hey, just a warning, don't roleplay. And then they threw a fit. They started crashing out. They're like, what do you mean? What's the point of not being able to roleplay in the chat? I was like, okay, bye. Bye. See you in 5 minutes or never. I'm passing on the Radia. We have Night of Despair Radia already for charge. True. I think a lot of people also said there's no need to destroy it IRL, right? I think a lot of people said that they don't plan on pulling for the new Radia because they do have Kadia already. But I do think it's a very cute unit. We went through various tests, including command ability trials using Pegatula and Vidier. Bro thought the only thing he can comment is roleplay, apparently, right? Hark, Manager Squire. Hi ho! I have attained a score most perfect. To be surpassed by Miss Don Quixote in a contest of knowledge. Must I delve further in my studies? There's also Rose Banner if you didn't get Claudia. True. Rose Banner is also cute. She looks very pretty. I use Chair Radia sinking. Wait, what's Chair Radia? And you get the Drifter Roshi just because I have a team of Heishos? True. And if all else goes wrong, you can just pull Heisho Ryoshu after the season ends. Good luck. Hey Sung, Bud. They were testing our Fixer Association knowledge, huh? Oh, no wonder Don Quixote aced that. That's kind of wholesome. Nice. Oh, okay. Why'd you call it Chair? Totally. Honestly, she's got more than enough Fixer fixation for the entire class. All kinds of general knowledge. Trivia quizzes. What's the first thing you focus on when meeting a new person? The look in their eyes. How strong they look. Bloody hell, this ain't easy. Your leadership style is strong. Are they doing like an, what do you call it, an MBTI test? Strong, decisive, and goal-oriented. Rhyme shank. You are Mersault? We're finally allowed a quick break after going through all kinds of mysterious, strange personality tests as well. Next, basic fitness test for all sinners. We can finally get started on the real meat of this checkup. Wait, then what were all those tests you guys were running on us? They are conducted in order to collect various data that the LCE department has been missing. In other words, we capitalize on this opportunity to fulfill our private curiosities. I'm assuming she's based off like the bull abnormality, the flaming bull. Can't tell really on, maybe is this guy maybe the apple? I guess we'll see later. Still, I'd say it was very productive. We now know a lot about you guys that'll help support the LCB going forward. Twin Tails is so peak true. And then the flames peeking out of it like a VTuber design. Alright, we're gonna go over some tests that can be conducted in groups first. Please form a line here. That looks like branches? Yeah. Choosing. Oh, I see. Okay, got you. What? Like this? Pose. Rub-a-dub-dub, is that true? Let's get this over with. Looks like we'll get a long day ahead of us. The outfits look cool, right? I like the fact that they're still wearing like their suits too. Wow, these are some comfy clothes they've given us. Right? I can totally see myself wearing these to sleep. To sleep? They're LCE property, so you better return them as soon as we're done here. Aww. Gotcha. By the way, can you take a look at my wrist here before we actually get started? I've been feeling kind of soreness here, but Dante won't turn the clock just for me, you know? These are real merch? Oh, I remember I was curious, so I think I looked at the rules of going to the Ham Ham Pang Pang cafe, and I think one of the rules was that you can't cosplay while going there. And it made me wonder. I was like, damn, I wonder what happened for them to say no cosplaying allowed. I forgot if it was during the concert or the Ham Ham Pang Pang cafe, but they're like, it was like you can't cosplay, but you're allowed to wear Limbus. You're allowed to wear official Limbus merch there, and I thought that was kind of funny. Turning the clock for such a trivialities may cause the formation of an unfavorable habit. Perhaps Mersault can remedy your pain. There's always a story behind specific rules, right? My foot is asleep. Sorry, guys. Hold on, my foot is asleep. My leg is asleep. Hold on, I feel static. I feel TV static. Must have been a Don Quixote flick. I am always prepared to administer necessary aid should you request it. What if Mersault had like Hello Kitty band-aids, or like whatever little little mascot from Project Moon? What if he had like a little bongi band-aid? I think that would be very Gatmoe of Mersal. Actually, you know what? I'm totally fine now. Don't you worry. Please stand still. If you think I can't see some of your Please stand still. If you think I can't see some of you on your tiptoes, you'd be very wrong. Heels on the ground, please. Oh, wait. So... But my heels are on the ground. So Sinclair is the shortest. Oh, I didn't think Ryoshu would be the third shortest. Or I also didn't realize that Faust is taller than Gregor. Interesting. Same with Ishmael, or they're the same height. Do you think they count Gregor as a Hoge? Height in centimeters. But my heels are on the ground. Fee. She was tippy-toeing. And can you snuff out your cigarettes before the test begins? Oh, this one isn't lit. It's just there so I can look cool. And what about bold, but scram? Okay, so the basic group tests are complete. I seem to have forgotten something quite important that I had to establish prior to beginning the test in earnest. I need an assistant. Why is Ryoshu there? Is Ryoshu the assistant? An assistant? I need an assistant to help me smooth out the testing procedures. You got two of them already, right behind you if you need directions. Oh, we're not Mr. Hohenheim's assistants. We're specifically assistant researchers. Yes, of course. There is much that distinguishes these two occupations. I would like for one of you to be my assistant for the duration of the checkup. Radia suddenly raised her hand. I wasn't planning on asking for volunteers, but now that you've raised your hand, I'll give you the floor. Don't ask me to do it. It's just not my vibes, you know. I'll take a researcher job, though. I'm a big fan of her style. Radia trailed off, greedily caressing the clothes on one of the researchers. What are you doing? I didn't really have you in mind anyway, but duly noted nonetheless. I'd also like to refuse your nomination. The position of an assistant to Hohenheim implies that the said assistant is, when it comes to skill, inferior to the person they're assisting. Again, I didn't have you in mind either, but that's your passionate expression of intent is nonetheless appreciated. I wonder who came up with this brilliant idea of putting two smart arses together to waste time pointing out each other's minor mistakes. If I were to talk about myself, I would want to open by saying I was the class vice president in school, a diligent model student who assiduously facilitated the tasks of the president and... What's with everyone getting so anxious to get picked here? Do you fellas actually want to be his assistant? Getting in the front and center of things is just bothersome, you know. I kind of felt like I had to apply for the position for some reason. Well, the decision has already been made. Do note that the selection criteria is fully based on my very subjective opinion. You there, orange-haired sinner. Ishmael almost threw me to the ground as she confidently strode up to the front of the line. I'm just imagining Ishmael just going, "Moo, bitch!" and then just waddling over, "Moo, bitch!" Oof. I didn't think a lot of them were around average height, right? Like, I know Mersal and like Honglu are tall as fuck, but that's really it. Greetings, Mr. Hohenheim. As you must be aware, if you had taken a look at my documents, I rarely let anyone down during my various tenures at offices and associations. You'll have nothing to worry as long as I'm by your side. Also, can I add this experience to my resume if I ever get a chance to submit a transfer request to work at the headquarters? Didn't know you're still holding on to that hope. I called on you to ask you to move because you were— oh. I called on you to ask you to move because you're standing in front of the sinner I chose. To stop the pause. Help. Oh, really? Great job, Heathcliff. Congratulations, Heathcliff. Everyone turned around to look at Heathcliff, who was absentmindedly scratching the bridge of his nose. Huh? Me, huh? Me? It seemed that Ishmael was even more shocked than Heathcliff was. I don't think Heathcliff can read and write. What do you mean? Take that back. Wait, but why? I'm right here. Why would you pick someone like... It is a common misconception amongst many researchers to assume that the higher their level of education and the more elaborate their resume, the better candidate one makes for a research project participant. But that's just common sense, isn't it? At least when it comes to research. However, were you aware that most great discoveries were made from a potent mix of spontaneity and intuition? A perfect descriptor for our friend here, I would say. You wouldn't have 7 teeth. True! What do you say, Heathcliff? I believe that this aggressive and passionate approach of yours gives you more than sufficient qualification to command and lead them in my stead. Or in my stead. Why not? He probably still had some education from Kathy's dad, right? Like, oh wait, yeah, Heathcliff also had to read Kathy's diary. Like, of course he knows how to read and write. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Not too much on Heathcliff. Is that right? He replied, scratching his head. Be honest now, Yi-sang. Yeah, we're kind of looking forward to being picked, weren't ya? It is but fate that things were once good in the eyes of the mainstream are to be made less desirable with the passage of time. And when one does indeed fall out of favor, the intelligentsia of the bygone days must rightly excuse themselves to the realm of memories and past. He's the chosen one, right? Yi-sang replied with a particularly downcast look. Choose me. Pick me. I am glad to have you on board as my new assistant. Righty-ho, so, what have I got to do now? Nothing too complicated. You only need to liberally express your free spirit, just as you are now. Aha, now I see what he's doing. Hohenheim sure knows which one of the group to coax to make things go over smoothly. Martin whispered quietly at me in a voice that only I could hear. Oh boy. Oh boy.
그 정도 화력으로 우리 사무소를 막을 수 있을 줄 알았냐?
And he got MVP.
철수하자고.
Congrats, boy. Alright. He looks like such a schoolboy with a hoodie. Heathcliff seemed eager to, as Hohenheim had suggested, express his free spirit to the best of his capabilities. Right, you there. Get in line. Single file, lads. Let's make this easy for all of us. But aren't you also participating in the test with the rest of us, Heathcliff? Yeah, but I'm the assistant. Since when do you wear glasses? Glasses are basic apparatuses of all researchers. Look, slightly pushing up on the glasses helps to put on an air of a studious, learned individual, like so. Oh, so maybe he doesn't have a prescription. Just like how slightly pushing up the frames of my glasses while wondering what to have for lunch makes it seem as though I am contemplating on the more profound aspects of life. Boy, let's not make this any harder than it's gotta be, lass. Snuff out that cig in your mouth. Been a while since I heard a pig squeal. Blimey, can't you just do as I say for once? Huh, he's actually pretty effective. It seems that we are now ready to conduct the tests, finally. The primary purpose of this test is to see, on a physical level, how your current capabilities scale compared to yourselves before your hiring. I see, so they're trying to see how much they've progressed since before they joined the company. I had a feeling this would happen, but the mere mention of words progression caused a rather loud ruckus amongst the sinners. Hey, Waking! Hi! Leave it alert. If I were to speak for myself, executive manager, I can confidently say that the thought of progressing as a person and in all aspects of life is ingrained in my very being. Thus, as a fruit of those efforts, I have grown to be much more precise and scathing in my critique of others' mistakes. Is that progress, though? Perhaps I have learned to let the piano in the background. Hello. Perhaps I have learned to let certain thoughts rest in favor of others. I once allowed myself to be trapped in overlong ruminations of worries of all manners, idly abiding as I was consumed by my very thoughts. Now I have come to accept certain things as they are. Ooh. And I've come to, sometimes, allow my mind to form bereft of vigorous reason, floating away gently, as though on a rolling stream. Is that not quite pleasant? Ah, okay, I guess that is a progression of sorts. I'm pretty sure I'm less of a picky eater than I used to be. My grip strength is much stronger too. Ooh. Look, I think I'm even getting calluses on my palms. Well, you don't really have to try to prove it to us, because the enemies we're fighting have been getting stronger too. That's an undeniable truth. We did experience a pretty spectacular year, you know. A brutal year, yet so potent with significance. True. I guess growth really does come with time, huh? Right? I feel like the bond between us got a lot deeper. We've all grown closer, you know, like glue. Like glue, huh? I like it. A certain misunderstanding seems to be brewing in tandem with this uplifting exchange of heart-to-hearts. Allow me to step in and nip it in the bud. Let me give it to you straight. All of your abilities were diminished the moment you were hired by this company, equally defanged and depowered, if you will. Equally defanged? In other words, all of your abilities have been brought down to the same general level as our 11th sinner here. Oh, he's the weakest? Damn. Why am I your point of reference? If this is what you meant earlier by growing closer, like glue, then I suppose it was quite the apt choice of words. Sinclair, no, not too much on Sinclair now. He's a growing young boy. Boy, take that back. I take it back. Not. So you're not really that much stronger than I am, huh? Wow, Sink, is that the sound of your... Wow, Sink, is that the sound of your self-reservation shattering through the aether? That's it, you bloody... Excuse me. I need to know why that happened. Did we all get depowered because of the golden bow? Wait, does this have anything to do with those chains that appeared when we first entered into a contract with Dante? Indeed, one of the powers of golden bow is connection. We are now all fairly evenly and equally mediocre. Hohenheim's comment and the subsequent stare seemed a bit targeted. Think of it as something akin to a Kofot deterrence employed by the Lobotomy Corporation. So, the truth is finally revealed. That is why I, Otis, grew so pathetically weak the moment I joined this company. Hi, Soggy Star. Hi. Bro, you said you mid, right? Weak. Art thou implying that thou hast always known? Of course. Had I been in my prime, I would have wiped the floor with you miserable doormats in a matter of seconds. Hi, Hustle. I won't lie, I forgot this Intervallo existed. Oh, so when you said that the Intervallo was long, did you mean the next one? It was... I found out, I got curious, so I looked it up, but it turns out that this one was... I didn't realize that the Intervallo was released so recently. This one released in January. Well, that is almost a year ago from now. But hey, Hostel, hi. Yeah, the next Canto is kind of long. Aw, jeez. Do you think I can do it in one sitting, or should I start? This one's kind of short? Oh, okay. Then I'll start it. Got you. Noted. I wanted to see a next Intervallo for is that why there was some guy in my YouTube chat always saying like, oh, there's something coming up. They don't know what's next. It's coming soon. It's here. It's gonna happen. One stream, sure. Hi, Gomi. Hi. You wipe the floor with doormats. Man, we're all so prone to saying whatever once the burden of proof is gone, huh? So that's why my murder SARM's been quiet ever since they hired me. I don't really have anything to do with my heart after all. Cracker. Boy, what's the use of all this chatter? What matters is that we've all been brought down to the level of the lad. But I got calluses on my palms. Yet, not all of the Golden Bow's effects must have been detriment to us. Isang started carefully attempting to navigate through a conversation that appeared to be turning into a tinderbox. Did you see that the big bosses on next Canto get the continue mechanic now? Yeah. Oh, I thought it was for in general. But I can't believe they're doing the continue like they did for Fire Emblem Heroes. I'll be lurking to so you have one less Limbus fan to be worried about. It's okay. Thank you for the like though. Murmuring. Was it not the advantages granted to us by the golden bow impaled by the pallid whale of the Great Lake by which we triumphed? Well, really? Correct. Had the pallid whale been at its full strength, it is highly likely that we may still have been trapped inside its stomach, struggling to survive. Also, it can be said that the diminishing effect was not applied in equal measure across all affected subjects. For what I did read, only 30 and 33 get a friend. Oh, the stages. Okay, got you. That makes sense, I guess. I never could have knocked he out with one punch if I was only strong as Sync. It's a real handy trick, you know. Additionally, certain individual quirks cannot be suppressed by the Golden Bow. And crazy that next Canto bosses made them rework the hint system and introduce pay to revive. I wonder how many people actually. I wonder how much. I wish that they showed like the profit chart for what people spent lunacy on to see how much people or how many people spent lunacy on for like the bosses. Certain quirks that one may consider to be an individual's idiosyncrasies. Oh, so that explains how Ryoshu's impressive blade work with Mr. Bumble back at T-Corp Factory. Won't waste my breath boasting. Whoa, hold on. Oh, so it's quirk. It's one of Ryoshu's quirks. Okay. Won't waste my time. No, won't waste my breath boasting. You never do anyway. You can boast a little, queen. Well, if your strengths have indeed progressed since the onboarding, then the average must have risen as well. One of the purposes of these tests is to measure that very difference. So what exactly goes into these tests? I know that there's a district that uses a machine that can analyze most aspects of the subject with a quick scan. So is it going to be something like that? There are dozens, if not hundreds, of ways to determine one's abilities without the assistance of machinery. In fact, I know of a perfectly appropriate methodology for this group. A perfectly appropriate methodology. We spent some time out of our busy schedules to tailor each test for each center of the LCB. That's pretty tough, I'll have you guys know. Tailored tests for each center, huh? I don't really like the sound of that, if you ask me. We will utilize the Pekatula and the distortion phenomenon. That doesn't sound much like a support innovative method. That doesn't sound like some super innovative method you were building up to. What a letdown. Right? Honestly, for all their talk, I thought they'd come up with something more impressive than that. Assistant. Alright, that's enough chatter. Now get in there. Chop chop. Pedal to the metal. We're fighting Pekatula. 50 plus HP. Interesting. Oh god. Okay, so I might be fucked if they pick certain units.
명 받았습니다.
Crossing my fingers. Let's see. First one on the blocks. Cliff had already begun flipping through the papers in his hands when an unfamiliar sight. Right, you there inside now. Cliff, the assistant, pointed towards Honglu and Sinclair. Hello? 1, 2, testing. Am I coming through? As you must be well aware by now, the Pekatula are entities that have failed to even distort. Seems like we'll be finding the Pekatula again. Oh, right. I have a question. It's something that's been nagging at me the whole time since I arrived. Aren't these tests basically just us killing people for no reason? They're all safely contained, which means that they don't pose any danger to anyone. Why is he being such a bleeding hod all of a sudden? Oi! We've been slaughtering countless scores of those sods, so what's to behold them now? Yeah, but we didn't have any choice back then because we were on a mission and... Do you believe that taking a life to live is unlike taking a life for the sake of it? I do. I understand. It seems some human memory is, after all, made to be finite. Save for a few exceptional individuals, people are prone to misplacing memories even from yesterday. Heika! Oi oi! Hey hi! So who are they, Dante? Who do you believe they are? This group that you lead. Given the expected communication difficulties between us, allow me to make this a multiple choice question. 1, family. 2, friends. 3, colleagues. We're friends. I guess they're closest to colleagues. Dante says 3, colleagues. Honglu was practically squished against the containment unit window, holding up at three fingers. He must have heard us talking. Incorrect. It's none of the above. The truth is that they are sinners. Not family, not friends, not colleagues, prisoners. I know. But the knowledge of something and the substance of it must be distinguished. I learned that people are prone to forgetting their places when going gets easy, when life becomes comfortable enough for them to consider the luxury of timely meals to be a certainty. Thus, I find these reminders to be quite useful. These sinners, bound to Limbus Company, are still fettered by their chains and shackles. Naturally, they have no access to such a thing as the right to refuse. Or would it be easier for you to accept Would it be easier for you to accept that fact if I were to suggest that you consider this but a mere extension of your responsibilities? I know that they're sinners. We can't talk to them like... Translations are unnecessary. I think I get the picture of what was said, given the atmosphere of this room. Dante, when you agreed to the contract, you must have made a deal of sorts to gain something to your benefit. Am I correct? Your memories, your head, and your past. There must be so much that you would like to know, and perhaps your desire to get them back is what stops you from simply quitting. What I mean to say is that with this little demonstration... What I mean to say with this little demonstration is that no one in this room has any right to grumble or refuse. Faust is usually... Yes, this is his usual demeanor. Hello. I know I'm not one to talk, but you don't exactly have a lot of friends, do you? Those who rise above their peers tend to attract a certain degree of hostility from the others. Now, shall we begin? We are severely behind schedule. While the combatants do know what they do, please pay attention to the following presentation about the Begatula projected onto this glass panel. This lecture has been prepared with the assumption that its students have an average level of knowledge, so if you consider this presentation to be boring or difficult to understand, then you may consider your knowledge level to be low, to be below average. All this material seems quite elementary to me. Not sure what's so difficult about this. Save that for when the lecture actually starts. As you must already know, there are 7 categories of Pegatula, and as far as I am aware, the highest stage of Pegatula you observed was in stage 3, so far at least. Wherefore, didst thou utter a little birding of, so far at least, at the end of thine words, good sir? Sharp. Well, it's simple. We researchers have a habit of avoiding absolutes in all things. Never say never, or so they say. So, you're not ruling out the possibilities that we might be running into Picatula beyond stage 3, huh? Indeed. We prefer not to be put down by such arbitrary limitations. Anyway, the first type of any Picatula to be covered today is Picatula irae, red Picatula rat. The nature of fire is to burn and burn until there is nothing left to be burned. I see. They're quite literally burning our rage. Now that I think back on it, didn't you express something like that before, Sinclair? I remember you screaming so fiercely that you could hardly control your body. On the other hand, I don't think I've ever seen you get angry or upset, Hong Lu. That's because the realization of meaningless extinguishes... No, because the realization of meaninglessness extinguishes the reason for the spark to start a fire. Oh, I see now. No matter how much Heathcliff or Miss Otis bully me, expressing my anger at that is meaningless at the end of the day. Okay, I did enjoy a little when I had to accidentally step on Heathcliff's toes, but... What? What exactly is this takeaway supposed to be here? Yes, that's exactly how it is. Alright. I'm gonna blow my nose in a bit while this is going on. Okay. Okay. Can I win rate? I think we can win rate. We're fine.
타겟 포착 1시 방향. 그 삶의
We're okay.
마침표를.
I am a little nervous though when they make us pick other units like this. Like, I'm kind of nervous if I have to pick Ryoshu, because my Ryoshu's not that strong. But I think she's only like level 30 something or 40 something. But I think she's still stronger than the kitchen Ryoshu or the cannibal chef one. But I think we'll be okay. I think we're gonna be okay. Hopefully. Sweating.
다음 목표로.
Damn, you didn't invest in your Oshi. I just had no tickets. What do you... I didn't have anything to invest into on my Oshi. Oh, I didn't have any EXP tickets. I can't invest if I have nothing to invest with. I got nothing.
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
Damn, you play like this? all my identities have been squeezing me dry for EXP tickets, man. I've been doing it every day with my dailies.
피차 동정은 필요 없겠죠. 명령에 따르겠습니다.
We're fine though. I think we'll make it. If we don't, then I still have a bunch of modules to use for EXP tickets.
명령에 따르겠습니다.
Oh, I did see how for one of the... Oh, hi. Hello. Did we fight this guy before? I don't remember. Was it this guy that we fought when Virgilius had his swag moments full of hype and aura? Or was that another enemy? He looks very similar to that one. Hey Chaos, being broke on EXP tickets is so real. I only have a handful of IDs that are level right. Yeah, okay.
명령에
But on
따르겠습니다.
this one's okay, got you. Low key, he kind of looks like a lobster.
마침표를.
Youch! Youch! Youch!
목숨. 슬픔에 흔들린 마음은 이렇게 터져버리죠.
Are you calling him a lobster? Well, it's over for him now. Even though Sinclair staggered, it's over for him now.
움직임이 어설퍼요.
I said, oh god. Why did you get staggered? Oh, he got burned. Oh. Well, I got this. Fa. Good luck, Sinclair. Good luck, Sinclair.
명령에 따르겠습니다. 화력, 추진, 투하, 타.
Gulp, 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 gulp. Oh, Sinclair's gonna get staggered because of the burn too on his turn. Gulp, gulp,
목숨.
gulp, 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 gulp. No way. Oh,
저마치 알았을 것이라 생각.
no way. No way. Well, let's try that again, guys. Bruh.
의뢰는 여기서 중단.
Bro, getting hand. Hey, take that back. Hey,
그건 뭔가요?
hey, take that back.
명 받았습니다.
Let's try this again. Don't worry about it. We're gonna try this again. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Win rate, win rate, we're fine.
따르겠습니다. 각자의 위치가 있으니.
It's not my fault they exploded from the red coin clash. Ouch.
그 삶의 마침표를. 명령에 따르겠습니다. 화력, 추진. 각자의 위치. 피차 동정은 필요 없겠죠. 피차 동정은 필요 없겠죠.
Asai Vegeta, hey. No red coin clashes here, right? We're fine. Okay. I guess the burn did build up though. Damn.
명령에 따르겠습니다.
If they die again, I think I need to pull up
마침표를.
K-Core Ponglu, which I haven't used in like 5 streams. We gotta pull up the big guns, the tanky guns. Ouch! Uh-oh.
화력, 추진, 투하, 타. 타겟 포착 1시 방향.
Will you do both intervalos all together this stream or next Sunday? I think I'll probably start the next intervalo, but I probably won't finish it.
동정은 필요 없겠죠. 각자의
Because
위치가
Hostel
있으니.
mentioned that this intervalo short and the next one's pretty long.
명령에 따르겠습니다.
So I'll probably do a little bit of the next one.
피차 동정은 필요 없겠죠.
Let's hope I don't explode this tour. Why did Sinclair take more damage than the last time? Sweating? Hello? Why did you take more damage this time? Dude. All right.
명령에 따르겠습니다.
Crossing my fingers.
발현, 추진, 자, 타.
Can we hit the stagger? Can we hit the stagger before they get staggered? Hey, 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 hey.
그 삶의 마침표를.
Come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, come on! Come on!
명령에 따르겠습니다.
Sinclair, can you do like 200 billion damage this turn, please?
추진.
Please. Oh, thank God.
자, 동정은 필요 없겠죠.
Much better attempt than last time, jeez. I clenched a little though, because Honglu gets staggered again because of burn, jeez.
완벽하진 않지만
Also, guys, would you prefer it if my model was in front of the stream avatars
마음에 드셨으면 좋겠네요.
for this overlay? Hold on. I don't mind, okay. What's next? Oops. Did not mean to do that. My bad. Oh! Oh, this isn't that bad. Thank goodness I have her to level 50. Okay. We're gonna get to hear Gregor screaming again after such a long time. LOL. Next up, you three. Let's get in there. Indoor voices will do, bud. We can hear you just fine without you shouting at the top of your lungs. Now let us discuss Picatulum Pigritie slot. Stones are sturdy, but that's all there is to them. They are directionless and unmoving, completely surrendered to inertia. They are trapped in their current law in existence until someone else comes along to roll them away. Truly, there is no better symbol for a slot than them. It is efficient to live within the bounds of rigidly established routines. Getting lumped in with these two is making me real self-conscious of all of a sudden. Like I'm just some lazy, incompetent 6'7". I'm such a fat fucking chud. Do not compare yourself to Faust, Gregor. Should Faust become the point of reference for one's competency, the overwhelming majority of the city's population would be deemed incompetent. I'll admit that I'm not the most diligent person in the room, but I'm taking back that comment about being incompetent. I'm such a fat fucking chud is my favorite line now. Check this out, fellas. I'm not just that rusty yet. Charging alone into danger poses. Too late. He's just like me when I say shitty brain rot joke. This will be harder than expected. Let us provide assistance. Okay. Short and simple. Everyone else is silent, so I say sorry. And the crowd went mild.
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리.
How does this Faust work again? I do the counter and then her skill 3. And then her skill 3 is it, I forgot what color it is. I'll look.
남길 말은 없겠지.
총알값 아까울 놈.
Hello, sexy. All right.
개의치 않고 말씀을.
The green one. Okay, the green one. The buffs helps with her passive. Ah, okay. Skill 3. Okay. Some Thumbmersault has to be the coolest ID in Limbus, right? And they're like, and then Project Moon is like, fuck, how do we beat this? Or how do we not? How do we not make another meta breaking unit like this again? How do we avoid that? Ah, shit.
받아볼 텐가. 그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수. 그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
불타버렸나?
Project Moon gotta lock in for Mersault's Canto ID, right? They're gonna make him so sexy and long hair again because they know that's what works. Neutral. Let me fix that.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
받아볼 텐가.
Very random, but today I saw on a timeline this clip of Jim Carrey speaking Korean in a movie. I had no idea he did that. Did you guys know that? Until I saw it on Twitter. But there's this one movie where he spoke Korean randomly, and then the clip spoke so highly of him, where they're like, man, Jim Carrey sounds so like good in Korean here, and then I watched it and he sounded so bad. So on YouTube, people in the comments said he was really good. He was really bad. Do you remember the movie? No, but I do have a clip of it. His Korean's really bad. Like he sounded like Don Quixote speaking English, but in Korean. Well, you ever see like what do you call it? An anime in JP, and then they bring out a character that speaks English, but then it's obviously not a native English speaker that says it. It sounds like that. I had no idea he was terrible. More skills than one enemy? I know, don't worry. Well, now that you said that, I'm gonna do it. Whatever. There you go. But this was a clip.
전력으로 상대하마.
Hippie chill, leave it a lurk. And I still won anyway, even while wasting a turn, whatever.
막아내지 못하리.
전력으로 상대하마.
Yeah. Thank you, sexy. Bro, this game looks so cool. This game looks so fucking cool in the ones, right? Hey, Sora, hi, guy. All right. Good enough for me. Yes, I move so fluidly. Okay. This looks good enough for me. Let's go. 50 fuel. I really liked the final boss in Canto 7, the Mantalan fight, where they brought out the 3D Ferris wheel.
틈을 끊어. 바로
Wow, Jim Carrey, she's so dead back. I don't know. To me, like he sounded like the way he spoke Korean. He sounded like Jennifer Coolidge to me. 잠시만요. I fell asleep while you're doing that. What do you mean? Honestly, by Final Fantasy 7 as one of the best character stories, I believe you. I believe you. I did like Ishmael's Canto a lot though, just because like just how like uncaring she was on other people's opinion initially. I thought that was pretty cool. You don't really see a lot of characters do that towards like the protag. Still love when Kyoto says his name. True.
이 구속구가 나의 폭력을 저지하기엔 턱없이 모자라지.
Thank you, Gregor. All right, we need to refuel next turn. All right, good enough for me.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
Okay, I guess I did miss a lot for not streaming this week. The Game Awards had happened. I forgot. Hey, hi, Manari. Hi, hi. I thought that the memes I saw on the timeline about Expedition 33 winning were diabolical. I won't lie. Ahab hides her intentions really well before the sinners and others reach the heart, right? The show is so sleeper, right? Agreed.
받아볼 텐가.
Game Awards so buns, right? I think it's really funny though that Wua fans botted the fan favorite vote so much that they beat Genshin Impact. I thought that was crazy. I don't know anyone that plays Wua actively, I think. And then if they do, they also play like a Hoyo game alongside it that they invest into more.
언제나 티끌 하나 없는 끝은 없을 테죠.
I do think this patch
그러나 그에 가까워지려는
garnered a
노력한다면
lot of fans, but it was unfortunate that it released towards the end of the year. So I think that and the fact that it was fan favorite against the Wua botted votes. About the offset got you. And then she just reveals her true colors and the sinners find out she's selfish all along, right? Okay. Thinking on purpose. LOL. Defeat the enemies before they self-detonate. Excuse me? Excuse me? We'll be alright.
이번 의뢰는 몇 발이나 들.
복지팀
We'll be alright.
항상 되어 있습니다.
We'll be fine. This is my best key cliff. It's either this or Rabbit Cliff. Uma deserved the win, agreed. For sure. That one I can agree with. What does she say again? Uma Musume? Instead of Uma Musume. But I think like Northern Lion also pronounced it Uma Musume too.
알고
Whatever.
양호 아마도
Eclipse gonna retreat so fast. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Do you want to see that, or do you want to see like the no ammo, no ammo red text? Next up is gluttony. Roots of plants dig through the dirt in search of nutrients. What distinguishes them, however, is that they are not satisfied with satiation alone. The roots continue to grow, seeking an increasingly greater supply of nutrients. Honestly forgivable, right? I remember when Dragon Ball Z collab before that happened, and then somebody pronounced Kamehameha as Kami Yamama. Hey social, hi. We'll wait after the ad break before I continue the text. But what else? I remember that. I remember that, and somebody pronouncing Tsukihime where they was like Tatsuki Hami. I kill that shit for real. That one was funny too. Kameyamama. Hang on a minute. What's this? Cliff, after flipping through a few more pages ahead, looked up at Hohenheim and shouted, "Are we really going to do this song and dance for each and every one of these Pegatulum? Why don't we lump them together like how you've been paired us sinners?" Ha! Running low on patience already. Only simpletons would make such a basic suggestion. It's standard protocol, in case you weren't aware. I am also unhappy about this process, but sometimes we must swallow up our complaints and do as we're told for the sake of proper test results. You make a valid proposition. What? Very well. I also fail to see the necessity in fighting these Pegatula one by one, especially given the busy schedule ahead of us. Your suggestion is accepted, Assistant. Well, huh, what? Really? Aren't you the one who suggested it? If we don't have to fight them one by one anyway, then why didn't we do this from the start? Because testing them one by one yields a more accurate result. Studies suggest that the margin of error may grow by 0.06% when testing multiple entities at once. I see, but I say the benefit of smaller margin of error outweighs the convenience of lumping them all together. Why don't we proceed as planned? Bloody hell, just let it go, yeah? Yeah, just come on. This very carelessness is why. I think we can risk a 0.06% greater margin of error, right? Indeed. Indeed, it is sometimes necessary to prioritize efficiency over the pursuit of perfection. I will abide by the executive manager's judgment. Very well, then allow me to explain Pegatula morositatis gloom as well. Have you ever immersed yourself in deep water? It's quite easy to sink into the depths, no? However, the deeper one sinks, the harder does it become to rise again. The pressure suffocates you from all directions, no matter how much you thrash around, is desperately looking for something to grab onto. All you find is futility, such as gloom. I suppose one of the few benefits of working for this company is that its constant motion gives no time for such emotions to drag us down, especially now that we have some level of confidence that they might actually keep their end of the contract. Oof, sounds like a disagreement's brewing. Even after I joined the bus team, I still feel like I'm floundering deep in some ditch, you know? Even though I'm only here because I want to be here, but still. Are you sure you're in that ditch by choice? Maybe you just don't know how to rise from the surface again. Haha. I don't appreciate hearing that from someone who doesn't even know what I'm talking about. Well, it's all ready now. In you go. You too, Assistant. You aren't exempt from the tests. Ah, me too. Perfect timing. I've been getting a bit tired of all this mental exercise. Right then. Let's wrap this up quickly. Cliff with a sexy ponytail. Alright. Do this first. Oh, we got tails! God damn it. This one. Doink. Alright. 6 speed. Jeez. Okay, 6 speed. All right.
완벽한 한 발을 위해
Something called Morositas assures fast.
격발 적중.
Oh wait, so who's left? Is it gonna be Ryoshu and Isang together? I guess we'll see. I think it's Ryoshu, Isang, and Kyote next, right? Oh boy. Oh, everyone all in one person. Come on now.
한 점만
Is that Lobe Corp ID connect collection? I see. Yup. I went crazy. I got Kadya. I got Night of Hatred. No, Night of Despair.
탄하구만.
Radia from pulling, and then I started Fred Adder too. Hey, random fan. Hey, hi. Go crazy. Yup. All right. Thank you for the crit. Thank you, sexy. All right. Whoa. Okay. Oh, good enough for me. All right.
날카롭고 정확하게. 지키기 위해서. 너도 누군가에겐 아껴졌겠지만 차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
안심해라. 고통은 없어.
사격 개시. 깔끔한 헤드샷. 머리통이 작살났다고.
지키기 위해서. 너도 누군가에겐 아껴졌겠지만 나도 지킬 게 많거든.
Whoa, hello. This one looks so cute. Okay. Okay, low key though, this part looks like udders. It looks cute, yeah, look at it. It looks like the little sea angel. But like this little part kind of looks like udders, I won't lie. If you just look at the head part, if you look at the top part over here, it looks so cute. And then it's hugging onto like a little pearl.
사격 개시.
지키기 위해서.
Ew. Low-key kinda also looks like the Arknights collab boss. Wait a second. Hold on. The Sunset Heathcliff. Okay. Okay. The collab boss OST was fire. I'd replay it with final boss fight every day. I don't know about all that. I like the music, but I think the fight is a bit tedious. Sometimes I would just do win rate for the mirror dungeon back when the collab was there for like the extra points, right? And then oh, they're all at Heathcliff? Man, never mind. Go crazy. I don't gaff. Go crazy. These are all at Heathcliff. I'm not fast enough to deter all of it. Go crazy.
날카롭고 정확하게.
But like half the time when I do win ray in Mirror Dungeon when the Arc Knights collab was on, and then I could pick that for one of the Mirror Dungeon floors, half my team would die. I'm like, oh shit, I didn't pay attention to do the thing. I didn't use one of the skills on the little pedestal. Oops.
일발장전.
Dungeon was so boring. I like the story. I did like the story and the characters in Dark Knight's event though. I did like that. I also like the music. Agree to disagree.
지키기 위해서. 차라리.
Beat the collab pre-nerf bad. Congrats. I didn't beat the boss in hard mode because I didn't have it unlocked yet. Oopsie.
예전보다 많이 나아진 것 같다. 나도.
Alright. Who's next?
한정체. 이제 가오를 내려준
Then I take 10 hits during the encounter for each of the
관리를 맡겨주실까?
Oh. Wait, if I dodge with this Ishmael, she's gonna leave. You know what? Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Whatever. Let's see how this goes. Oh, is it Don Quixote and Isang together then? Well, they weren't too much trouble. Next up's you two. Get in there. But Ryoshu, let's do this, I guess. ST. What? She wants to switch teams. Really? Now? What's your problem this time, Ryoshu? Humph. Your dulled harpoon doesn't interest me. It's dulled so much that I could doubt that I can impale that sickly nerd over there. I don't think she'll have too much trouble in impaling Hohenheim. I'd much rather watch that blood fiend fight again. Thou speakest of me? That's, tis quite the pickle. Oi, she wants to switch teams, is that alright? Of course not. You heard the man. Let's go. I'll admit that my harpoon's not as sharp as it used to be, and I'll admit that I've lost a bit of my edge since then. But we're all sailing on the same boat. I'm not going to hold you or anyone else back. I'm always ready to go back to razor sharpness when the need arises. Humph. I'm swapping you out as soon as you start making a fool of yourself. Alas, I thought I've been clear enough on this. Switching teams ain't a thing. Pegatum superbiae, pride. Hohenheim droned on as if the bickering sinners didn't exist in his world. Wheel, symbol of technology and the vector of humanity's ultimate pursuit. The wheel, in its boundless pride, rolls on in search of the perfect circle, something unconquered even by nature. Yet it remains uncaring for the flesh it rends, nor the grass it tramples in its path. Isn't that just confidence, not pride? You can get anything done by sitting idly in place. One might even say that pride is just another name for overconfidence. It often claims trailblazers. Whoa, Starreal mention. Trailblazers are those who have never tasted failure. Ha, someone like you, Hohenheim. Well, that certainly is a perspective. Next up is Luxury. Or Luxuriae, lust. Moving on just like that, huh? The meaning of Pegatulum Luxuriae. Lust is not exactly what it says on the tin. A more illustrative description would say that it is, yes, an obsession to spread a fragment of forms of self, a desire to propagate, to breathe. Of course, there is much more to this concept than just that. While the word itself may be subject to the interpretations limited to the carnal understanding, to share one's knowledge, one's ideas, to invite the others into gaining the understanding of a sliver of oneself, you seek to express that such things are less as well. Not bad. I always appreciate these discussions with the learned. There never is any dead air. Admit it, Heathcliff. All of that flew right over your head, didn't it? Why even ask? Unnecessary. Shut up and get in there. Good night, Godoy. Bye-bye. Hangshu. This interval is basically an identity check, right? I'm feeling it. Everything's neutral for this Ryoshu. Oh, God. Cause she's only level 40. Oh, God. And she's defense. Fuck. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh my god, there's so many neutrals. Girl. Oh god. I'm gonna do some EXP runs.
아무래도 내
뚜뚜루뚜루, 라라라라라. Okay, 뚜뚜루뚜루.
만족스러운 얼굴은 아니고 만족스러운 얼굴은 아니고.
Thank you, Queen. Oh, close.
탄환은 계속해서 만들어지고 방아쇠도 계속.
이번에도 여기서 막혔나?
Hi, Molang. Hi. Is your name based off the... Oh, it is, because I see your profile picture. I like the character Molang too. So cute. I have a bunch of Molang stickers. But yeah, hi. All right. Hopefully we're stronger. Sweating. I just used like 20 modules for that. Jeez. All right.
준비한 대로만 하면.
준비됐지. Yep. Can you use assistance? Oh, I forgot. It's okay. I forgot. I did need to level one of them. They were both weak. So I did need to level one of them. Yo, look, it's favorite now. We're fine. See, we're fine. Wait, why are these different? No, this is the same. No, we're fine. All right, let's hope none of them got hit.
기꺼이.
Oh, okay. Oof got hit. Do I have a bunch of 7 points against the bets last time? Maybe. Depends on what you betted. Oh my god. Thank god.
회풍.
Oh, okay. Oh, she's having. Oh, this looks cool.
벗어나는 건 그다지 옳은 선택은 아닐 텐데. 내 등 뒤에서 벗어나는 건 그다지 옳은 선택은 아닐 텐데. 내 등 뒤에서 벗어나는 건 그다지
Okay.
옳은 선택은 아닐 텐데.
See, we're fine now. I say, hold on. Dodge, praying, praying. We're fine. Win rate. How many times did we get hit now? Oh god. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Uh-oh.
탑공창.
Thank you. Thank you, queen.
무상한 목숨. 불끄듯 지원할 뿐.
회풍.
허술하긴.
Uh-oh. Okay, evade. Whew. 3. Okay, 3. That's fine. We don't need all these. Maybe like 1 or 2. Maybe 2. $52, 62. Okay. Oh yeah, no. Okay.
기꺼이. 내 뒤로.
무상한 목숨. 불끄듯 지원할 뿐.
Potential woman's really potential womaning here, I won't lie. I won't lie.
시간 끌 것 없이
사정 없이
지워버리죠.
몰아칠 테니. 흩어져. 찾지 못해.
시도는 좋았어요. 시도는 좋았어요.
Oh god, it might be over. Oh god. Are we good? Hold on. Alright, hold on.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠.
I can't believe they're skill checking us here in an intervalo. It's crazy. With my I guess the best Ishmael to use. I think I'll probably swap out for a support Ishmael. I'd probably use the captain one, right?
한눈 팔지 마세요. 메마른
Let's go.
파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
Big damage. Jung Valley. Which one's Jung? Is that the most recent Walpurgis one or a different one? Oh, only 4. Hanafuda, okay. I think we're good.
기꺼이.
I say as I get hit. Oh god. We hit those? We hit those? We don't get hit, right? We hit those? I have 5 hits left. Sweating.
내 뒤로.
무상한 목숨. 불끄듯 지원했군.
Oh god. I have 2 hits left.
흩어져. 찾지 못하리.
I have 3 hits left. We're fine. We're fine. This is fine.
기꺼이.
무상한 목숨.
Hey Faye. Or hi Phelan. Hey hi. Hi Esper. I'm here perfectly timed as I just finished your Canto 7 stream. Hi hi. Welcome in.
시도는 좋았어요.
We did it. We did it, Reddit. I didn't need to use a supporter unit. We're fine. I have a question. Before, is it... Will...
이렇게 쉽게 통과하리라고는 상상도 못했는데.
Will I lose...
운자를 풀어야겠어요.
Sorry, I'm talking over Ishmael. Will I lose the opportunity to get the rewards from the refraction railway after the season ends? Like, do I have to do that before the season ends too, or will that still just be a thing after? I guess we'll figure it out. I'm definitely gonna do, what is it? I have this one available, so I'll definitely do this one, but I don't have a lot of units leveled up fully, so that's why I can't do it right now. Most likely, yes. Oh, only when the new refraction railway releases got you. Okay, that's good to hear. Each unit defeats a Pecatulum that has taken their shape once. This is my best Ishmael. Sweating.
좁은 것이 좋겠어.
The book got released recently is permanent? Okay, got you. Outside Noble, hey I. Verily, now is the time for young Isang and I to face the test. The nature of our trial shall take form as the Pecatula Invidiae. R1 probably will. God damn it. I assume that we all have first-hand experience with the static shocks. Oh, does that static shock have aught to do with envy? Anyone who's been subject to both static shock and the envy of others must know that the latter stings in the same manner as the former does. How I ill comprehend thine explanations. I see. To explain in plainer example, Miss Don Quixote, you have always been fond of, yet held great respect for, the lustrous color fixers, am I correct? Verily, I should be second to none. Wait, verily I should be second to none, were my passion for them to be measured. Now imagine yourself at a convention of sorts, in which the said illustrious color fixers are holding an event to disseminate their autographs, and imagine that you are part of the excited queue. Oh, indeed. I have mentally placed myself there. Proceed. Yet in great misfortune, the event comes to a close, mere moments before you were to receive your autograph. A lack of fate played such a cruel jest on my pitiful soul. Now, do imagine what sort of emotion would you feel for the fellow fan who receives the final autograph immediately before you were to receive yours, or the chance was robbed. Well, 'twould be quite the jealousy burning within mine heart. A painfully tingling sensation, my ooh. Why, you certainly enjoy explaining things, don't you? I suppose all scholars are kindred spirits after all. The evil and mischievous Isang. You two, quit the chin wag and get in there. Verily, then onward to a new adventure. Then I shall follow. Okay. Okie dokie. Okay. Good enough for me. Let's go, girl. Go Isang, go Isang, go Isang. Oh my god. Don't kill him, Isang. Don't kill her. Don't kill her. I need Don Quixote to kill her. Should I just do this? LOL. I just do this with Isang. Ooh. Yahoo! Again? Okay. Hold on. None of this is opposed. Hold on. Damn, they're fat. Damn. Wait, Don Quixote got 14 speed Gs. I didn't have a single Don Isang ID. Oh, jeez. I guess that's why they have like the character banners where like, here, damn. Here, damn. Do it. No! Oh no. We're really in it now, Mr. Krabs. It should be Scoob, not Mr. Krabs. Oh, but I dodged that. Sick. I think one hit is probably enough for Isang. 52, 56. Okay.
나아가주게. 편히 쉬시게. 네, 잠든 그대를 기릴 테니.
Nice. I guess the first round of enemies was the easiest. Oh, that was it? Okay, I guess, yeah, the first round was easiest to accomplish that challenge. Thank goodness we didn't have to do it every time. That would have been harder. Okay.
한 자루는 죽어 떠난 자에 대한 축하를, 한 자루는 목숨에 묶여 살아갈 자에 대한 엄숙한 애도를. 장미는 이상으로 끝내겠소.
Oh, this time without Kyote. Okay.
지위를
oink,
얼마나
oink.
명령하실 때까지
복지팀
관리인가.
의로움을 세우기 위해서라면.
잠시 같이 걸을 텐가.
연료는 참
보는 눈은 있네요. 여기서
어머, 부탁드려요.
The foundation that led to this disaster was laid by none other than Isang, whose only sin was making an innocent, tragically casual comment. Sometime after we ran our final tests. Oh, please vacate the room, people. Clean up coming through. Hi, Shiny Nemo. Hi. Ah, apologies. Miss Don Quixote is ought to. Prithee, avail me a moment. The shoelaces upon Rocinante have come undone. What? How? I remember tying like 7 different knots on your shoes. Ah. 'Twere quite the hideous access. Sorry, what? Ah, 'twere quite the hideous access. Sorry to be forced upon Rocinante. I have tied one of them once again in the shape of a ribbon. Yeah, the knots didn't look that great. Ribbons are cute. Oh boy. Yet one must begin to wonder about the consequences of Miss Don Quixote freeing her feet from Rocinante at her present state. Whatever art thou suggesting, Rocinante is none other than mine eternal steed, bound to be by fate itself. None shall ever dare sever the bond betwixt us. It was a query posed towards Miss Faust, yet I appreciate your answer all the same. And Faust's reply was what set fire upon that rather combustible foundation. I cannot know. What? An obvious outcome, given that no relevant data has ever been collected. Well, then, no time like the present to get collecting, huh? Good thing we're in a lab too. Where else are we going to get another chance to do that? This course of action is highly inadvisable. Yeah, sounds like a bad time to me. I heard all kinds of horrible stuff happened on that train the moment her shoes came off. Sure did. But twas but an independent decision called by Rocinante itself due to certain extreme circumstances that not to do with mine will. Well, you know, potato potato. I was already quite aware that the core of this individual may well lie in her pair of running shoes. By auntie, thou shan't treat a person such as I like some useless shell. What if we slipped her shoes off and on again really quickly? The standards here at the LCE department demand precise measurements. In other words, these tests would be meaningless if all we are measuring is a hollow shell. A hollow shell! We have indulged your predictable provocations enough, Hohenheim. It seems necessary to remind you that you have not yet received a full report of what transpired during that incident. In other words, you're risking the occurrence of an unexpected event. You concern yourselves unnecessarily. The construction of my laboratory boasts a rather solid build. Not even abnormalities on the more powerful side of things can puncture holes in its walls. Oh, very well, I will not force your hand. However, due to your unwillingness, I am behooved to record as such in my research journal. Due to the concerned sinner's utterly terrified reaction at the prospect of having to remove her shoes, I must unfortunately leave only a half-complete test result here. Oh, are we fighting her again? Oh no. LOL. Utterly terrified. And for your information, these research reports are stored for at least a decade. Yes, we will have possession of a full record of your plain cowardice for at least 10 years. Her annoyed expression here is so cute. Outcome? NA. Research. Reason subject was too scared to participate. After much contemplation, I have come to conclude that the dearest Rocinante deserveth a moment of respite as well. And I, Don Quixote, shall demonstrate before thee that Don Quixote is Don Quixote in her course still, without Rocinante's assistance. Are you sure this is a good idea, Faust? Hohenheim, if your employment at Limbus Company ever comes to a unilateral termination, I suppose the cause will be rather apparent, your highly irresponsible level of curiosity. Not a good idea, got it. That would be my greatest honor as a researcher. Hey, if anything ever goes wrong, Yi-san will be on the ready to slip those shoes right back on your feet a moment's notice, Kay? I shall be on the ready. Behold me not with such excessive anticipation all. There shan't be any new revelations here. Don Quixote begins to untie her shoes, seething. This 7-layered knot poseth quite the difficulty, young Ishmael. Wherefore hast thou tied these cords with such unwavering tightness? I was hoping they'd be the last knot those shoes would ever tie. Of course. There we go. Rest ye well, Rocinante. For I... the soldier with the 100-year stare. The sinners and I were all quite nervous, but none of us stepped forward to stop this experiment. Why didn't we stop this? Was it because we thought we knew removing Rocinante doesn't necessarily mean that she'll be losing control? Because we saw its effect on the warp train in the La Mancha land? Or was it because we assumed that Rocinante was now just a disguise, and that Don Quixote has accepted her past as Sancho? Removing it wouldn't affect her psyche at all. Whichever was the case, it was a mistake to ignore that nagging feeling. These researchers don't know what facing Don Quixote, Sancho, the second kindred's like. We do. Mother. Oh, Mother. Our existence is debt in perpetuity. Complete us, fill our hunger. We pray unto you, fill us with the blood of humans, with the blood of humans. The teeming, shouting voices suddenly begin to echo in my head. They're the voices of all the children he had embraced. Or perhaps this was the blood fiend's instinct given voice, imprinted upon them at the moment of their birth. Proliferate this disease, embrace this unending hunger for blood, and propagate the family. So many voices, so much yearning, so much desire. Every single kindred that has ever existed in the past kneels before Don Quixote. Oh, dearest mother, as your children, when shall we be permitted to quench this thirst for blood? I must drink blood. Whoa, Dante. I have to drink all the blood that the family deserved to drink. I must. Dante, wake up. Hey, this is a lot like the last time at that building when the fire on their head suddenly exploded. I gotta get a hold of myself. Thirst. My body can't even feel thirsty. This doesn't even make any sense. Gah. I'm okay now. What did you see, Dante? If we want to bring Don Quixote back, we're going to need to quench her thirst somehow. We need something to sate the combined thirst, the desire of every single kindred. That's not good. Do you keep any blood in here? Let's at least try to quench what's... yeah, we have some blood samples if you need them. Oh, okay. Damn it, have you been listening to what the executive manager's been saying? It's the combined effort. It's the combined thirst of every single kindred. A few blood samples aren't going to do anything. So you're going to sit here and do nothing. Ain't just a matter of getting her shoes back on. Right, Isang. Shoes. Get those shoes back on here, on her feet. I cannot. A bizarre wall of pressure surrounds her. This is one luxury cig. Good flavor. I bought those luxury cigarettes with our last bonus pay. These readings are incredible. So much power, even in a state that is, for all intents and purposes, complete emaciation. Dante can keep rewinding. Unlimited juice hag. What? You egged her on knowing this would happen? I had many outcomes in mind. Some were quite similar to this, but this is beyond even the most extreme of my predictions. How the fuck are you so calm about this? We've got to do something. You haven't even seen how hard the last hits. What would be the use of panicking now if the outcome does not align with the predictions? The first course of action should be to analyze the given data. However, it doesn't seem like our containment measurements will be the answer here. Thus, the task of stopping her seems to fall straight onto all of you. Time for us to pay the price of curiosity. Okie dokie. This is familiar. Oh boy.
할 수 있다. 힘을 냈으면 한다. 뭐 되게
나아가줄게.
Oh, Hinheim, you bitch. Hi Dragonite, how goes the Limbus? Still in the first intervalo. Apparently this one's shorter than the others, but I have to read it. I have to read them. Since they didn't get a bokak, so they're not voice acted. But yeah. Hello? Okay.
그 삶에 마침표를
유효타
사선이 비었어요.
좋아. 계속
시야
집중하지.
확보. 쏜다.
비록 함께 전장에 나서는 건 아니지만 저희를 이끌어주는 건 단테님만 할 수 있는 일이에요. 이번에도 분명
사격 개시.
원하시는 길로 저희를 잘 이끌어 주시겠죠?
Youch! We got backup units, we're fine.
전탄 격발.
관리자님, 역시 저는 생각하지 못하는 방법을 떠올리시는군요.
지키기 위해서.
비록 함께 전장에 나서는 건 아니지만 저희를 이끌어주는 건 단테님만 할 수 있는 일이에요. 이번에도 분명
Fun fact, Sinclair made his backstory up for us to feel bad for him.
주시겠죠?
Me when I hate a character, and I bring misinformation to the table. Take that back. Why are you beefing up with Sinclair?
정확하게.
편히 쉬시게.
What do you do, right? What I do. Have you seen like those posts on Twitter when somebody's like, "Man, fuck this username," and the person quote retweets it with like the somebody jaw drop being like, "What I do, what I do."
사격 개시.
You know, it feels weird fighting Don Quixote, or it feels weird fighting Sancho, right? And we're not interrupted by like 20 cutscenes.
적확한 한압이었어.
Huge. Are we? Bruh. Well, speak of the devil, right? Here's a Let me shut my ass up. I must have to be the mother to all of them. The family's dearest. It's Spectre scene, right? No, my lady, you needn't be the mother of anyone here. You are a sinner, nothing more. Yo, Hypo and Savora! Yo! 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 Oh, that's it. Man, that shit. Man, that shit. That shit. Dante. I would not I would not place the blame of this incident on anyone, Dante. I understand that no one could have expected this outcome, Dante. Given the dirt of intelligence regarding the binding of the binding tool the first kindred had gifted to the third sinner, Dante. Well then, I hadn't had that much first-hand experience with watching Virgilius fight, but this was certainly the most exhausted I've seen him after a fight. I decided to say nothing and turn the clock. Virgilius' agenda died during Canto 6, and here, right? Dante. After some time passed. Don Quixote, what happened? Did you lose consciousness, or did something affect your memory? Manager Squire, hi. My memories are fine. But I heard something as soon as I removed my shoes. Voices, right? Once again, you have witnessed me. Yes, the voices, so many voices. Voices. The voices of my family. But the blood fiends of La Mancha Land are all... Sinclair trailed off. Every single blood fiend left inside La Mancha Land was killed when the amusement park closed. In other words, most of Don Quixote's lower kindreds were dead. That is, indeed. That is correct. But I cannot will explain how. The only way I may explain this is that it was as though my very blood remembered them still. I recognized some of them, and some were voices of those I deeply cared for. Seems that I was, against my own desire, made to ascend my father's seat. Perhaps I was, ever since then, and I was struck not only by my own thirst, but the combined thirst of every single one of the children. Thirst. Indeed. I am also bound by that thirst. It is only natural, but because I am a blood fiend. Thus the pressure of it all broke my hold of sanity, and I hurt you all, as Don Quixote the blood fiend, a higher kindred, not as Don Quixote, a sinner, and your friend. Don Quixote, this isn't your fault, it's... No, such words are now meaningless. She looks down at her pair of shoes, their strings again neatly tied. The higher office will now be regularly supplying you with your artificial blood packs. Hohenheim approached us after spending a while vigorously scribbling something in his notes. The blood substitute will be very similar to real blood in terms of composition, and we won't have any issues with supply. I don't suppose you actually believed that mere willpower would be enough to withstand the surge. I have done quite well suppressing it thus far. Indeed, and that was precisely the wick attached to the ticking time bomb within the LCB. Must I remind you that the soundness of this limiter of yours is quite tenuous, as today's events have demonstrated. Is your implication that the purpose of conducting this reckless experiment was to determine the full extent of the latent danger? I don't know. Seemed like he was in it only to sate his curiosity. Call it merely the auspice of opportune inconvenience. The risk factor had to be measured sooner or later. Had I known the full extent of the danger she posed, I would have immediately requested a forceful summoning of your department. Of course, as large as this void of unknowns was, we were able to fulfill it with much new information. Certain analyses can be drawn by comparing the reports regarding the blood fiends and this very experiment. Let us discuss this thirst you experienced first. For example, the combined desire of every lower kindred. Indeed, it is true. The Manchigan kindreds have been completely eradicated due to the events of La Mancha Land, but you still heard the voices of your children, yes? What are you trying to say? I aim to discuss the powerful binding force contained within blood. LCD's cooperative report explains that the blood is not merely a carrier of nutrients, but something more, that it contains certain abstract values as well. We sent in a complaint that the report was far too vague in its wording, that received a reply on their on-site investigative reasoning team leader spat out, the contents of which were equally fascinating. This desire of their kind, this thirst, is something that we may as well be imbued and imprinted on the familial bloodline. Normally, the weight of that thirst is far too heavy for any individual to bear, which is why they propagate to bear the unbearable burden together. But considering that all of the desire is now focused onto an individual on account of the extinction of her entire family line, it is easy to see why her hold to sanity was so easily broken, no matter the strength of her will. She alone was made to bear the responsibility, the pressure, the duty of having to raise the family once again. And because none of those needs are currently met, there comes the endless exacerbating thirst, and more thirst. It is quite fascinating to see how your kind preserves these have very abstract values in their physical form of blood. The mere word thirst does quite the insufficient job of describing the intensity in which you have lost control. This was my oversight, I must admit. I do respect your efforts to be liberated from your nature, I truly do, but I also maintain that it is highly advisable for you to regularly consume the provided blood packs. Understood. But one day I wish to dismount from Rocinante and walk bare feet. Ooh, I don't want to watch that happen, I'm sorry, girl. And feel the earth under my own skin. I don't want to see that happen either. I was able to establish one positive fact from this exercise, however. What might that be? That there are those who would quite literally throw their lives on the line to stop you even if you were to take off your shoes. In other words, I don't believe it to be necessary for other departments to exercise any separate control over you. Well, now that I've had a first-hand account of your conditions, I will write the following in the report. Still quite unstable, yet, with the effort from the subject herself and efforts from various other environmental factors, this subject has been deemed sufficiently controllable. Once again, I do respect your efforts, or any kind of effort really, because I've never had much use for it myself. Don Quixote took a deep breath, then turned to face the sinners. By then, her eyes had regained their usual softer look. But sorrow was seeping through the tone of her voice. Despite her theatrical manner of speech returning, her tone reminded me of our time at La Mancha. My deepest apologies, dearest friends. Forsooth, I shall ever persevere to see that Rocinante, my shoes, are never to be removed again. Lass, you're looking at it all wrong. You're going to have to remove those shoes one day, yeah? That's what you're going to persevere towards. Verily. I think she let out a brief, quiet laughter. Ah, Manager Squire, perchance is there aught that thou concealest from my knowledge? Oh, what do you mean? I don't think so. It's no coincidence that, at this very moment, I noticed Faust looking in my direction. I don't know if I made the right choice here, but Faust nodded lightly, as though to say I did. I stopped hesitating, and a tick-tocking noise came to a stop. Very well then. However, I cannot help but admit that I felt some degree of anxiety as I watched Don Quixote walk away as though nothing had happened. Okay.
그 정도 화력으로 우리 사무소를 막을 수 있을 줄 알았냐?
Thank you, Heathcliff.
저놈들 무기까지 주어서
Heathcliff
철수하자고.
stretch. The hierarchy. Okay. Back to the mall music. Well, now that that's all over and done with, I would like the sinners to come gather around here. Hohenheim placed the sinners in a single file before him and began. Now the regular checkup is complete. We finally have enough data to compare your pre-employment statuses to those of your current selves. Which means, indeed, we were able to measure your pre-employment combat capabilities as well. Oh, and what are your conclusions? Allow me to preface this by saying that there isn't much significance in establishing this particular hierarchy of power on a linear scale. Like I said, you are all equally mediocre at the present anyway, and... Oh, there's plenty of significance, all right. We've all got to know who's the big boss. While this is but a speculation of the worst-case scenario, we must know which one of us has the most right and authority to lead the rest of the sinners in case our executive manager becomes, due to some unknown yet inexorable circumstances, unavailable. We'll wait after the ad break. I will also take a sip of my drink. I can't stop thinking that this guy looks like Deku. The evil, mischievous Otis. Alright, welcome back from the ad break. Hey, that's... I don't listen to anyone weaker than I am. What if there was a reason? What if there was a reason I was the first one to... what if there was a reason I was the first one asked to introduce myself? there was a burgeoning increase amongst the sinners to see which one of them would be at the apex of the scale, were they to be measured by their strengths prior to their employment. Hey, maybe before I lost my memories, even I... Dante, don't. But why is he blue, right? It is interesting how every collective has the desire to get the clear picture of the pecking order. A negative expression of this desire may even lead to the juvenile behaviors among children. For example, stealing their colleagues' lunch for meager reasons such as scoring higher than they did on a test. You're not speaking from personal experience, are ya? Thus, I believe that trying to conceal the outcome of the test would be quite meaningless. Each of your placements in that line you were standing signifies that very order you were so curious to know. I do not wish to waste any more breath on this subject. There's a long silence. Hold up. Pause. Rewind. Play. I remember Don Quixote was in wait, wasn't it Isong and Faust in the front? Intervalo 5. Are they gonna show it? Oh. Then the sinners all simultaneously turned to look at the person standing in the frontmost position of the line. Wait, what? Oh, I thought they meant in the picture. Oh, okay. The current line. Oh, I thought they meant the picture. Really? Oh my god. Ryoshu number 3. Otis number 2. Oh my god. Really? My goat's that strong? Really? Oh my god. Then the sinners all simultaneously turned to look at the person standing in the frontmost position of the line. Oh. Fourth in line. Isong. This has to be the longest, most awkward, most loaded silence I've ever felt in my life. Much that I wish to hold shrouded in my fathoms, yet I yearn to convey that we are all more than meets the eye. My boy Mersault up there, right? Yet, there remains a certain abundance within my heart. Perhaps the tests of this day paint a picture of both my qualities. Thus spoke I, Isong. Isong, I will place trust in the fate that all of you shall one day sprout wings as I have. Isong, it's the other way around. Really? Isong's weaker than Sinclair? Really? Ah yes, the line was made from my point of view. From here, the sinner wielding that oversized lance. Isong, son. From here. Not ideal. I second. Hi. From here, the sinner wielding that oversized lance is the one in the front of this line. Sinclair in front of him. Well, you said some cool words though. We got this, right? Isong. Well, 'tis quite the bashful occasion to be the center of such fervent attention of one such company. -1 billion aura. But the stream's doing well. It's good so far. I think we're towards the end of finishing this intervalo. This one's very short compared to the other one, so I think I will also start the next one. But it's been fun so far. I do think it's a shame that this wasn't voice acted, but it's been fun to read too. I wouldn't say that fervent is the right word. Worried, maybe. I shall be vigilant. No one seemed to have any objections or doubts about who the strongest sinner was, given the earlier event. On second thought, it appears that it would be best if we left the command to Ishmael, as we have done so far. Otis mumbled through gritted teeth. Forsooth, I am in agreement. I am more partial to roles as a defending fixer or a squire. 'Tis of the case that such side characters enjoyed greater popularity since time immemorial. Very happy to see this discussion not coming to blows. Now, are we all ready to move on from this? Wait a minute. Aren't we all forgetting something pretty important? That's just how the world works, Greg. No one remembers anyone between the first place and the last place. Even I forgot my own placement into order. No, I mean... Fellas, I wasn't even a part of the list. Oh, were you not? Who cares, mate? There's 12 of us. Some of us just fall out of the radar. Big deal. Let's just get on with it. Hey, you just can't disregard me like swatting a fly. Well, I guess somewhere around my level probably, or Heathcliff's. Ishmael replied in a voice that had clearly lost all interest in the discussion. You're the center with that bizarre insectoid arm. We had no choice but to place you in the least favorite category of all the researchers. Oh. Exceptions. They really hate that, huh? In other words, you are a unique case that cannot well be placed in a list or a scale. To do so would be irresponsible. I'd say you carry a certain potential. That, potential, is it? Does that mean I could also be the first place if all goes well? It could be very well reversed given the definition of potential. Oh. Let not this query harrow your mind, Gregor. Your day will come. Truly potential, man. Feels funny getting consoled by the guy who placed last. I wonder if we get Hohenheim idea of the book arc of this event. I wonder. I guess he'll show what skills he has. So curious. After some time passed. Next, we must discuss the classification numbers. Hi, Womsy. Hi. We have been assigning the risk levels for distortion just as we have for abnormalities. The observation logs you have written for us were of great help, of course. My researchers struggled to parse the handwriting of certain sinners, however. But it was good data all the same. We once had a 3-hour debate over a letter. Even that bloody governess gave up trying to fix my handwriting. Heathcliff grinned proudly and wiped the side of his nose, so he can write. As you must be well aware, the current system of classification numbers has a rather significant oversight. Because abnormalities were creations of the former L-Corp, our classification system had to be lifted whole from their system. However, the criteria by which the former L-Corp measured the risk levels was the amount their energy production. As a correlation of sorts, it was often the case that the more aggressive abnormalities produced more energy, but their destructive capabilities were not the part of the criteria, despite the correlation. That is why certain abnormalities were assigned relatively lower risk levels, despite their potential to kill even multiple higher-ranking employees. They're an energy company at the end of the day. It makes sense that their priority would be to measure the energy output. However, here, both abnormalities and distortions must be suppressed via direct confrontation. Thus, the former L-Corp's classification system is rather incongruent with our purposes. I once heard that someone said that we should be wary of people who drone on in their intro. Thus, it became necessary for us to reorganize the distortion's risk levels and classification codes. Wow, how interesting. So, whose job is that going to be? I am rather taken aback by the naivety which you asked me that question. It's us, sinners without the right to refuse, was it? Wait a sec, aren't you just offloading your own work onto us? A privilege given to researchers. Oi, don't be ignorant, yeah? In order to research the distortions, right, we've got the other way around, assistants. We've got to do research into distortions in order to solve them better. It's elementary shite. Hohenheim's really got you wrapped around his finger, you know that? According to the LCD on-site investigative researching team leader, the progression of a distortion is much like that of a disease. The fate of an abnormality awaits the end of the distortion phenomenon after all. When a distortion progresses into an abnormality, all pre-existing individuality is erased, replaced with the totality of an abnormality. Thus, it is impossible to bring back a distortion that has already transformed into an abnormality. It will no longer have that reversibility that they had once had in the distortion phase. So, a distortion like that Time Ripper fellow will eventually become an abnormality too if left untouched. If you're referring to the subject, HE6 pi 2001, then yes. This is simply a prediction, of course. Because of that particular subject isn't contained here, I cannot say with absolute certainty that its progression into an abnormality will be observed. A correct assessment. Oh, didn't Limbus Company collect the Time Ripper? We hoped we could, but T-Corp was very adamant about their claim over the entity, to the point where they refused to even sit at the negotiation table. I found their time-ripping ability quite fascinating, but sometimes I must know when to cut my losses, I suppose. Wait, so that HE something is a new classification code format? Indeed, because it is difficult to identify and observe the origin and the shape of the distortion, we decided to forego that information and instead replace them with their sin affinities and the expected damage scale. Sin affinities. Pi must refer to Pygritia slot. Pygritia. It appears that the classification now mimics the classification of the Pecatula. They do indeed follow the same thought process. If we're being technical here, I wouldn't say it mimics it. I would be more accurate to say that, as the Pecatula are at once the origins of the distortion phenomena and its byproducts, the affinities can be transferred one-to-one. What's the expected damage scale? Combat capability, I'm guessing. I remember them saying that the risk levels are determined based on the Encofflin production rates, which is not the most meaningful information to us who have to fight them directly. It was a tad inconvenient to put the nebulous idea like combat capabilities into a singular or numerical scale of power. Certain entities have idiosyncrasies and variables that may make such a linear measure quite meaningless. So instead, we decided to measure the expected amount of damage that Limbus Company personnel might suffer should they engage in these entities in battle. While this Time Ripper poses very little threat against the sinners due to your idiosyncrasies, the unique nature of their weapon means that they can immediately deal a nigh fatal blow to anyone from the LCC department with a single strike. That is why the distortion was given a rather high expected damage scale of 6 from a scale of 1 to 10. Please do note that this is not a perfect system and these values are only references. Will this standard be applied to the abnormalities as well? We have plans to do so, yes. Risk levels and expected damage scales will be coming before the classification codes. Speaking of which, I have something to show you all. What is it? What else other than the monolith, one with the highest potential values amongst the Limbus Company's businesses? Thus, the development of transportation management and processing the methodologies of the monolith is a glowing achievement indeed. Artificial, by its very nature, poses a great danger. I hesitate to embrace its use so willingly. A great danger? But don't you say that we are beset by danger at all times? The potential artifact with potential man. The arbitrariness in deciding how dangerous something is comes from the degree in which it poses a risk. As you must already know, the monolith here is a device that can enforce a distortion. It is scattered throughout the city, just like the golden bow, at first only in possession of the fingers and the syndicates of the backstreets to now being collected by the companies both large and small and nameless, like a plague. We also learned that they have become rather high priority targets for some wings out there. As luck would have it, we managed to begin our research expedition and collection of the monoliths much earlier than the others. Now we are already at the stage in which we may partake in the processing and the sales of these artifacts, expanding our expanding our business ventures. You could say that we narrowly avoided the unsavory fate of having to tussle with the wings for the possession of these artifacts. Because we may have had to confront the wings directly. Were that the case. Asking out of pure curiosity here, what would happen if we were ever assigned a city threat level? How about we don't ask the questions we don't ever want to find out the answers to? I mean, what if we, due to some contractual shenanigans, end up going against associations? I think it'd be a good thing to know ahead of time, just in case. Seems like a question worth entertaining to me. Let's see, from Karnan to Star the City, I suppose. Your assignment would be somewhere between Urban Plague and Urban Nightmare. Not SOTC yet, are we? Yes, it almost sounds like you want to be given a threat level. It's true that you, upon first sight, due to your revival powers and the potential of the identity technology, may appear to pose a rather troublesome risk. However, you have very clear and obvious weakness. Indeed, all of our advantages will be moot upon the manager's death. Hohenheim slowly turns around to look at me, prompting Faust and the other sinners to follow suit. What if we protected them, though? I am impressed by your optimism, given the kinds of enemies you have faced thus far. We don't even need to go so far back in time to discuss the incidents with the Fixer Siegfried or Big Brother Ricardo. I read from your reports. Should the third sinner suddenly seek to attack the manager with her full might, do you truly believe that the rest of you will be enough to protect them? No, the flow of this world is that the manager will be preserved, that no such thing may come to pass. That's enough, Hohenheim. Any further divulgence, and Faust will open a disciplinary committee to discuss the consequences of your careless words. Not there yet, are we? Very well. Whichever is the case, you do have the potential to become a star of the city threat at some time in the future, but do remember that it would be best if you could avoid that unfortunate designation. And please don't forget that that is only true so long as you have Limbus Company's backing. Okay. I see that there's some EX levels left, so I wonder if we are gonna fight more enemies. Oh, I didn't even think about having a dungeon. I guess we're doing a dungeon. Okay. Okay. Sure.
한피가 떨어질 때군요.
Works for me. We're almost done with our regular checkup. Finally, we have a chance for you to overcome an adversity based on what you have learned thus far. That dungeon has 37 nodes, don't lie to me. Don't play with me. And for me to prove my hypothesis. What hypothesis is he talking about? No need to worry, my hypotheses have never been wrong most of the time. This experiment is entirely of my own design and supervision, and I will faithfully follow my own pure curiosities and instincts as a researcher. Guys, I have a feeling we're not gonna like where this goes. No? Do you see this monolith here? Yep, I do. That's a monolith, alright, but don't you worry. My researchers will be the one to activate the artifact. Activate the artifact? Not on you. Relax. I understand that none of you would be willing participants to this experiment. I swear, if you're going to force us to distort anything saying that we have no right to refuse it or something, I'm gonna... Yeah, hang on. I can't let you do that even as your assistant. Yes, but if you must, we are willing to send the weakest sinner among us for... Isong sneezes. Forget I said that. That was foolish of me to say. I will be the subject of the experiment myself. What? You're going to distort yourself? Am I hearing you right? Aren't you curious to see what kind of distortion you'd end up becoming? I'm sure this is a question you all have entertained at least once. No, I ain't curious. It ain't a very pleasant experience either. Stop gritting your teeth like that, assistants. It will have an adverse effect on your long-term dental health. What if you just end up turning into a pecatulum? You could end up becoming a pecatulum, just another one of the fodder we slaughtered our way through for the tests earlier. You're risking that. He's not holding back the whole team by being so weak. He's holding the team together because he's so weak. Take that back. Be nice. It is indeed a possibility. It would signify nothing more than my very own limitations. Just a mediocre shell. If such an incident comes to pass, these employees would transport me to a containment unit. We even made a bet on what kind of hecatulum I would turn into. He bet on Goulet, I bet on Invidier, and her on Pigretier. How could you? Think about it like this. If I were to become... Think about it. It's like gacha. You never know which one you're gonna get. Think about it like this: if I were to become a Pekatula, it would be akin to losing at a game of chance. Oh, it is gotcha. I didn't even read the rest. It is gotcha. Of course, what counts as a loss may depend on what I, at that precise time, consider to be losing. But the mere fact of turning into a Pekatulam relieves me of any value to life. I'd say he was being too hard on himself, but that felt like too simple an expression to describe his tone. The company would most likely attempt to transport me to a containment unit, but I disagree with that decision. I would like to ask you to dispose of me on the spot. I'm well aware that I'm not the kind of congenial person who earns others' favor at first meeting, if at all. I also don't believe that our brief relationship has been the most amicable kind. Therefore, I see little reason why you would hesitate to cut me down. Of course, sinners with gentle hearts like this young Sinclair here may express certain distaste against this decision, but once I become a Beccadulam, it may as well mean that Hohenheim, the entity, has ceased to be. So I hope no unnecessary emotions like guilt clouds your judgment in killing the Beccadulam, a mere byproduct. But what if something unexpected happens? We're talking about your life here. Don't you have any manuals with backup plans, or? This is a very simple matter, nothing more than a coin flip, heads or tails. It appears that you are still insisting on your absurd 50-50 theory. I gotta win the 50-50. I gotta win. I am a researcher who wishes to humiliate the field of mathematical statistics, unlike the general lay of the academia. I believe there is a certain romanticism to research. It is much more exciting to run as many tests and gain as many samples as we can than to be stuck behind a desk, poring day and night over the books and paper, isn't it? If it is tails, then you may dispose of me immediately, and employees here will take care of the rest. Don't forget to destroy the key inside that coat pocket, and the files inside my cabinets, for example. Yes, we remember. If I were to successfully distort, we would be halfway to success. For the first time. I am feeling quite the envy for y'all. I wish I could be a witness to my very own distortion. If you've been paying attention to my lectures, perhaps you could even come up with a classification code for my distortion too, going by the standards we have discussed earlier. Not that I have a very high expectation that you would. I've recently come to a realization that people nodding along to my words is not a signifier of comprehension, but instead an expression of societal necessities. Nods. Then, the manager here will open the entrance to my dungeon of phantoms, and you will progress through the mirror dungeon, as you have always done when facing a distortion, to reach into its deepest phantoms, to face my distortion once again. I wish you the best of luck in your suppression efforts. Hexacession. And once you've made it that far, it's likely that you'll find me unconscious, or, if luck would have it, conscious. Unconscious? Are you sure to save? A degree of case-by-case variance is to be expected. It may take some time for a full recovery, but it will happen should you succeed. That reminds me, that's how this bamboo-hatted Kim was brought back as well. Bamboo-hatted Kim, he's recovered. He is safely contained within our facilities. It seems that they are ready to activate the monolith. I am confident that I, even as a distortion, would be quite the exceptional specimen. Hang on, just like that? You're not a Pekatulam? Indeed, and I can still hear them. Yes, I remember. I still do. I know he'll be back, but gosh, this is pretty unnerving. Don't worry, we'll bring him back no matter what. The manager says that we will bring him back no matter what. Sure, sounds like it's a dependable store, this manager of yours. Very well. Please take a look at this. Is this a note? Did he write us tips on how to do this or something? He says that all you have to do is read what's on that note in front of his distortion. Apparently it's some kind of code. I don't think he'll hear anything but ticking noises from me. Can you read this, Mersault? It'll be done as he commanded. Mersault nodded, then began to read the words from the note aloud. Lobotomy Corporation, 5 minutes. Potentiality. Anticipation, right hand. The moment Mersault uttered them, the all too familiar portal began to appear around Hohenheim's distortion, as though they were a cue to adore. Scattering the shards of familiar yet alien sights appeared intermittently beyond the shimmering veil. Hohenheim had already entered the portal as well as we stood there gawking, but we could still hear his voice echoing through the lavatory. I suppose I'd be forced to share my past here, the past I never wanted to share, the past no one cares to learn about. Ooh, it's something I must endure for the sake of this experiment, however. I needed to expose every little detail of it. Ooh! Every time I hear the Lobocorp music, it's so nostalgic and refreshing. It's all in the past now anyway, isn't it? Okay. Hohenheim's Phantoms. We're at the starting point of the Dungeon of the Phantoms. We found ourselves in a room that appears to be a workshop of the ego gears. If you have scored below 100 synchronization rate in the aptitude test, take only a single ego from here. An ominous warning sign greets us all, and the same words repeat ceaselessly from the speaker. The sinners all go take a look, enticed by the sign telling us that we can pick up ego gears here, but what we find there are ego gifts. What? These ain't ego gears, these are... the gifts or something, right? It appears ego are manifest here in the shape of ego gifts. Can't we just take them all? This is a dungeon of the Phantoms. As it differs from the usual mirror dungeons, it is highly advisable that its rules are followed. What should we do? Take the cleaning solution spray. This one seems the best suited for the situation we're in. I love how you can tell who's speaking even though there's no indication, right? Eclipse is the most obvious. Same with Don Quixote. We take the illusory hunt ego gift. Okay. Let's do this one. Boop, 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 boop. Boop. Boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. Hi, Trishatma. Or Trishapma. Hi. It do be like that when the cast is that diverse. It's so fun and flavorful, though. Or tasteful. Ooh. What's going on with them? Good, it appears that I can censor these with my own will, at least to a degree. Your mission here is to classify my distortion, reach the end of this dungeon of the Phantoms, and bring me back. Your mission, however, does not involve digging into my past. It appears that we have a passing familiarity with this place. You, us. What's that? What is it? What is it that they seek to convey? I don't believe any level of proper communication will be feasible, given that you are in a dungeon of the Phantoms. Well, then do something about it. I regret to tell you that the setting of this dungeon is out of my hands. Had it been up to me, I would have manifested a place that was much more fascinating than this, like that library fabled to have every book in existence. Ooh, you used to work at the Lobotomy Corporation. You think you'd be a distortion or a pecatulum? I think it'd be pretty cool to be a distortion. But realistically, I think it's easier to be a pecatulum. One of my past careers, yes. The way Project Moon adapts classical literature to a modern setting is something to be studied for real. It's very similar to Bungo Stray Dogs, no? Us. Diplomacy did not seem to be an option here. The censored people brandished their weapons threateningly and stood in our path. Looks like we're going to have to take them down if we want to make any progress here. Can't be helped. Let's get ready for a fight. Ooh, this glitch effect is cool. What the heck? Fun. Oh, is this BGM new? I like how it's like a... Is it a remix of the Lobocorp one? Or the Lobocorp theme? It's very nice. Can I still hear like the bum 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 bum
저들이 이상한 기운을 두르고 있어요.
motif? Dodge.
나아가주게.
다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다
아까
정말
저것만 해.
강해지셨네요.
그럼 이번 전투도 쉽게
Also,
쉽게
guys, I know I said...
지원한다.
I know earlier I just said that, oh, we'll probably start the next intervalo, but we're nearing the 4-hour mark. I think I'll start it next stream.
이러면 쏠수 있죠.
Also because I still have guest over. I still have guest over, so I can stream longer next week.
어머해줘.
여긴 맡겨주세요.
Already another week, shit.
돌아가면 맥주라도 사야겠는
Another
걸.
week.
날카롭고
한 점만 노린다. 깔끔한 헤드샷. 머리를 잘랐다고.
이외에 특별히 첨언할
개체들의
일도
체력이 많이
잠든 그대를
깎여나갔어.
기릴 테니.
괴로워하는 게 느껴지지 않아?
You still have 35 notes to go.
나아가보자.
You lying. You lying. 35 notes on the 35 notes on the wall. 35 levels of nodes. Put one round, swing around. 35 notes on the wall. We came across a group of researchers passionately poring over various documents. They're having a debate about two subjects, emotions and a flame. Regular flames don't seem to hurt the abnormalities very much, so why does this work, I wonder? Perhaps a greater degree of wrathful emotions opens up the room for the fire's heat to touch abnormalities and the distortions, both entities and of the unknown. They must have noticed us listening to their conversation intently. One of them approaches us with a glint in their eyes. Are you the sample who has agreed to this experiment? If so, try this on. The researcher's hands was what looked like an ignition plug or a testing machine of sorts. You have the wrong person. Where are the samples? Yeah. Burn them. Burn it. Oh, what an interesting reaction. Decent synchronization rate as well. Maybe the researcher liked what they saw. After scribbling their observations into various papers, the researcher let Marcel go. Marcel took off the gear and presented it before the researcher to return it, but they simply shook their head in response. The gear seems to fit you perfectly. Take it with you. Reignition plug obtained. Okay.
의뢰여야 했을 거다. 부탁이었다면
Okay.
팔 두 짝을 뽑을 테니.
Let's go here. Okay.
좁은 곳이 좋겠어.
So, how do we know that this guy's actually distorted? He doesn't sound any different from his usual self. A sanity degradation due to distortion affects every subject differently. I mean, yeah, but censoring his own phantoms. But Hohenheim, you're in a dungeon of the phantoms. We'll see through it with Dante's powers, whether you want to show us or not. You make a fair assessment. How about this then? If you're to see them anyway, allow me to save you the trouble and give you a quick rundown. Instead, come visit me as soon as you finish watching my tale. This tale began when that man walked into my laboratory. Ooh, this background looks nice. You see a microscope, some boxes. Jeez. I think this is a radio. Interesting. Yes, I had a personal laboratory all to myself. One of the few perks of being an elite researcher. This guy's just telling the story however he wants to, isn't he? I'm who? Now he really looks like Deku. Mr. Hohenheim. Let me think. I don't quite remember what he looked like. Something like this, perhaps. Ah, whichever the case, I was planning to censor his appearance anyway. BL? Hey, I wanted to talk to you about something. Stop. Are you here to express your displeasure with me? The what now? If you are, do let me know from the get-go. I had a feeling it was about time this would happen. 3 months, not a bad record for working without a workplace conflict. Now, if this is about quitting, then you would find a much better audience among the human resources team. No, I mean, I'm just here to thank you. I wiggle an eyebrow. For picking me, some dude from the backstreets, to work here. I heard it was you who made the hiring decision. I don't know how to put this, but you're the only one who saw my, what's the word? Yeah, my potentiality. We're seeing a lot of potential here. You saw something that no one else cared to look at into before, you know what I mean? Oh, but it had nothing to do with something so grandiose like his potentiality. A wing does not hire people from the backstreets for something so insignificant. While this information has never been publicly available, Lobotomy Corporation's primary criterion was trauma, and he had a lot of it. At Sunshower Heathcliff talking to him, another potential man. Candidates with horrible, insurmountable trauma were often favored by the company, and in an indirect way, it was only natural that they would begin to favor candidates who originate from the backstreets. Your greetings are acknowledged, Jimmy. Oh, his name's Jimmy? No way. LOL. Imagine being named Jimmy. Like Carter or Neutron. Your greetings are acknowledged, Jimmy. Now, feel free to leave my office. I ain't Jimmy. Oh, never mind. I ain't Jimmy. Anyways, I've been meaning to ask Mr. Hohenheim, why do you always enjoy being alone? It may come as a surprise to you, but I am very adept at spending my time all alone. It is one of the hundreds of distinguishing features that set me apart from ordinary men. Say, don't you need someone to be like your loyal right-hand man? My right hand is doing just fine, thank you very much. Do you believe in potentialities, Hohenheim? What an unrelentingly stubborn employee he was, even in hindsight. Can I kiss? Thanks to you, I do. I've been thinking, if I keep at it, one day I might even find myself living it large in a nest, changing my world little by little. Kind of like how a thing like me managed to snag a position here at Lobotomy Corporation. So I'm thinking here that I want to stick around in your circle. Please do. To think about it, such a drastic changes to one's life is in the realm of feasibility for an exceptional researcher like myself indeed, but you are, like most of the rabble, painfully average in most qualities and therefore unlikely to be the moving force in that change. I have no faith in universal things like potentialities. I have faith in myself and myself alone. Besides, I am not very partial to mathematical statistics like the probability theory anyway. So, I would like to keep both my right and left hands as my own. Have a nice day. Want to know something about me? I'm the kind of guy who doesn't really think about things. Action before deliberation, you get me? Thoughtless and carefree, possibly the only merit to be found in those who originate from the backstreets. Or, well, this is probably why Hohenheim also picked Heathcliff as an assistant earlier. I smile, rubbing my hands with the Fujo vision. Ever since like heated rivalry on TV, I've been seeing people use the word Fujo more. It's kind of funny. Or was that a thinly veiled threat of physical assault? No, I'm talking about the new Abno that just got shipped here. It's a tricky one to manage, I'll tell you what. It reads your mind, screwing up all kinds of strategies or whatever, as long as it's based on hard logic. Want to shoot for the Department of the Year award together? You seem to be rather skilled in the art of transactions. One of the few merits found in those who originate from the backstreets. I'll admit, I suppose I was overcome by certain ennui back then. And in hindsight, it was foolish of me to engage in such inane conversations. Us. Oh, you left us? Ah, the remnants of my past come to haunt us. Perhaps it is I who they truly wish to hurt. Interesting. I really do like this track that's playing. It's so nice.
날카롭고 정확하게.
전탄 격발.
다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요. 매일 보아왔는데
마침표를
감회가 새로워요. 사선이 비었어요.
엄청난
지원한다.
공격이었어. 기념할 만한 걸. 개체가 조금 유리한 환경에 놓이게 된 것 같아. 하지만 우리가 걱정할 건 하나도 없어. 최선을 다할 거잖아.
그대 또한 잠들.
지키기 위해서.
나도 지킬 게 많아.
그렇게 서 있으면
공로
목이
지원한다.
떨어질 수밖에.
움직임이 어설퍼요.
받아볼 텐가.
아까처럼만 해. 그럼 이번 전투도 쉽게 갈 수 있을 거야.
It's finally here, the Department of the Year award. Indeed, I had finally done it. You should have said we. You should have said we. We did it. We did it. Some minor assistance from you, of course, and some other employees. Come on, admit it. Don't you notice a lot more employees are saying hello, good morning, and what have you been, and what have you to you in the hallways compared to when your reputation was a bit, you know? It's all because I'm just that good of a right-hand man. Hi there, Alan. Hi. I will admit that your intuitive and spontaneous eye was of some assistance when it came to identifying certain observations among the abnormalities. No, we. This is the potentiality I was talking about, man. The same thing you saw in me when you decided to get me on board. Apologies for ruining the moment, but the next few years quickly and busily flew by without much trouble. Of course, we picked up ourselves some few more Department of the Year awards, some promotions, and some collaborative researches. Yet all things must come to an end. The infamous fall of Lobotomy Corporation, for one. You left us. So, I don't suppose you have any trouble hazarding what they're all telling me, even as words come out fragmented. You left us. Nothing but words of endless resentment. You left us behind. The fall of the former L Corp. I remember what Miss Yuri told us. The site crumbled in an instant, trapping the employees in there with the abnormalities. What is this sound? The whole structure is quaking. What the hell is? Initiating site burial in 100 seconds. Any remaining employees must immediately evacuate the structure. Counting down. 95, 94. Escape pods to the surface are here, but there's only one seat left. They're saying that the next one's in 5 minutes. Listen closely. At the risk of sounding rather callous, I must inform you that the chance of surviving in cases of crises such as this is usually granted only to a very small minority of those affected. Some who prioritize the fairness of the process may settle on primitive methods such as trying lots to see who gets to escape. And in more barbaric groups, the survivor would be decided by none other than the rule of might. However, I am glad to find myself among those who are on the side of intelligence, so I make this argument as a suggestion before you. Compare yourselves, whose sole final purpose in life is clinging to your mediocre office jobs and making good on your debt payments. Damn. And me, who has produced several groundbreaking epical theses and research results at such an early age, whose life, in your eyes, is of greater worth. Yes, and that is how this tale ends. The compound collapsed 90 seconds later. I left employees of my department behind and boarded the escape pod elevator and survived. How could you? Without even a hint of remorse. Your life is worthless. Your life has no meaning. Wrath is a hideous emotion. I'm here today only because I have always maintained a cold, rational head. The Elcorp branch within Hohenheim's dungeon of the Phantoms began to crumble. It almost appeared as though his heart was crumbling as well. He left his own. Well, that's over. Well, now that that's over with, I invite you to come face me. The distortion and the experiment will come to an end. But just finding and defeating his distortion in a fight, I don't think that'll bring him back. I just know it. I agree. We're still in deep waters here. This can't possibly be all there is to it. Can we find his oomph? And they have an oomph reunion. That's his right and left hand man. We see the ardor blossom moth within the containment unit. Small crimson particles of flame surround it like an aura. The flaming wings die out one moment, only to roar vigorously in the next. An incessant attempt to set fire to everything around it. What a beautiful specimen, this ardor blossom moth. Have you finished your observations? We've been learning a lot about the abnormality recently. There are still a lot of unknowns, but still. Speaking of which, here's a pop quiz. What ego gift can you get from that Ardor blossom moth? Helterfly's dream? Right on the money, but that's not all. Recently, it's been giving out these things too. Take this with you. I'm just glad to have a run with a kindred soul. You receive a burning, flickering flame. It seems to have come directly from the Ardor blossom moth itself. Right on the money, you know your Ardor blossom moth. Okay. Thank God it was one I knew. Jeez. Hohenheim's fathoms. Okay. Let's do it. Leave it hydrate.
오, 기운이 솟는다, 단테. 가서 빨리 때려 눕히자고.
나아가주게. 그대 또한
대성공이야.
잠들게.
칼은 신나. 노래 부를까?
그대로만 해주신다면 오늘은 제압이 빠르겠어요.
나도 지킬 게 많거든.
죄송해요. 잠시 어지러워서 못 봤어요. 뭐 또 대단한 일이라도 하신 거겠죠?
시야 확보. 쏜다.
방금 전에는 굉장했다고. 베르겔 그 인간도 이건 인정할걸?
명령에 따르겠습니다.
아까처럼만 해. 그럼 이번 전투도 쉽게 갈 수 있을 거야.
그렇게 서 있으면
개체들의 체력이 많이 깎여나갔어.
지킬 게
괴로워하는 게
많거든.
느껴지지 않아? 이 기세로 계속
And we're
나아가보자.
done. Okay. I want this one. Alright.
에고 침식도 양호. 아마도.
Whoa, we're fighting two of them.
나 단테. 가서 빨리 때려 눕히자고.
What's this one on? Okay.
명령에 따르겠습니다. 그 삶에
마침표를
사선이 비었어요.
홍로 지원한다. 한 점만 노린다.
화력, 추진, 차, 타. 저분은 어디 아프신 걸까요? 아까랑 다르게 기운이 없어 보여요. 타겟 포착, 1시 방향.
I still think this enemy's design is really cool.
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
저들의 화만 돋군 것 같은데요.
Oh, we only need to use one for that guy. Okay, 48. 52. 52, yeah. Actually, don't do that.
사격 개시.
I'm very sleepy. Good night, Esper. Good night, Thor. Bye, mine. Hongshu. Best of luck waking up tomorrow.
전탄 격발.
괜찮아요, 단테님. 이럴 때도 있는 법이죠.
Oh, I gotta remember to make my schedule tomorrow. I forgot to do. I forgot. Was it? I forgot I have to do that because I didn't do it for this week. Why you wishing them luck? Oh, I don't. I'm so scared. Someone told me I usually say like, oh, good luck. Good. I don't know what else to say all of the time, so I'm like, oh, good luck with that. But like someone told me like they're like, oh, Esper, if you say good luck with that, you sound like you're saying go fuck yourself. And I was like, oh really? That's not what I meant. When like I don't know what else to say when I clearly don't want to help with something, so I'm like, oh, good luck with doing that. At the end of this hallway, a group of researchers is having a discussion in front of an unnaturally dark place. Noticing our presence, their faces brighten up as they approach us. Please, will you investigate this area ahead of us? Good luck with making it through the night. Good luck eating that. Hey, why are you saying good luck? Good luck not choking on that. We will help with the best of our abilities should you accept. Sure. We'll accept. I got this. I got this. See, I got this. I love to see some proper enthusiasm. Yes, I like your attitude. Take this with you. It'll help with your investigations. After handing us the gear, the researchers walked up to the sinners and began examining them. Once they were finished, the sinners were all in tip-top shape again. Full HP, regular operation gear
계획을
obtained.
세워두면 이런 것도
Okay.
어렵지 않답니다.
Nice. Oh, final one. Okay. Hohenheim's Phantoms. Morning, morning, morning.
받았습니다.
Hey, Sakuma. Yeah, good day. Have a fun time in the dungeon. Good luck in the dungeon. Thank you. Hey. We arrived at the entrance to Hohenheim's laboratory. This may be my final orders to you. Either suppress me and return safe and sound to where you came from, or fail the suppression, place me in a containment unit, and perhaps we can observe what happens next. That's when Heathcliff suddenly strode forward. Hohenheim, do you still believe in that potentiality? I do. It's what keeps me going. You only hired researchers from the back streets, don't you? I heard from them earlier. They told me that you're a right pompous bloke, but thanks to you, they can continue to research and believe that there might be things in the world that's worth working toward. The potential intervalo, right? Yo!
최선을 다해보지.
I like this BGM.
방금 벌레 말은 듣지 않다는 사람 누구야?
Very nice. I really do like how they remixed it here. I wasn't expecting them to do that at all.
타겟 포착 1시간.
It tickles my ears so well.
화력 추진.
오, 현명한 판단이요.
그 삶에 마침표를. 사선이 비었어요.
시야 확보. 쏜다.
나만 믿고 다들
Whoa,
집중해줘.
this looks cool.
도움이 될 수 있을 거야.
I do like how in the more recent enemies they started adding more effects like this. It's very nice. Win rate team, you got it.
사격 개시. 한 점만 노린다.
Oh, after this I will look at the enemies descriptions. I forgot to do that. I wanna take a look see.
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
사선이 비었어요.
홍로 지원한다.
Interesting. Compression, dismantle, conduct analysis, contemplation. Okay. Go crazy.
나아가주게.
지키기 위해서.
편히 쉬시게.
Oh, I did
나도
see
그렇게는 안
recently
했을 것
that people
같은데.
were doing
단테 많이 피곤해?
they go crazy still. Okay, we got this. But I did see a lot of people. No, I did see someone do a team comp where they used a bunch of units that do additional attacks, like this Heathcliff with the Honglu full stop Heathcliff.
명령에 따르겠습니다.
I think it was Captain Ishmael, and then the new Ryoshu. What was the other one? I don't remember. But it looked really interesting because they ended up doing like 300 or so bonus damage just from like the additional attacks.
전탄 격발.
I think that would be fun to do. Unopposed attack comp. Yeah. That one looked interesting. What plagues your mind, manager? Your suppression efforts seem to be smooth sailing. The shanking team, right? It is exactly as you have seen, manager. Save for a few parts that were censored, I concealed nothing from your view. We'll wait after the ad break. One moment. I can't stop thinking about how good this remix is for the BGM. Rent was due for whoever made this remix. Jeez. It is exactly as you have seen, manager, save for a few parts that were censored. I concealed nothing from your view. I don't believe I've committed any wrong escaping that place alone, leaving daughters to be buried there. Ah, of course, I may be reprehensible from a moral standpoint, but why would anyone look at it from that perspective, manager? I think you feel guilty, especially when you are well aware that in the city, such a perspective is entirely irrelevant and worthless. I can feel his gaze on me. Like he said, the suppression is going well, but this feels wrong. That it shouldn't end like this. What should I tell him? What is Owen and I trying to hide from us? But if you do feel like what you did was wrong, you're running away from something, there is another side to that story you've told me. We can just speak as passive confirmation bias for this thing. I do want to answer this one. Faust relayed my words to Owenheim. Another side to my story, is it? Indeed, that is quite feasible. You're correct. That another side is what often gets lost in the process of obsessing over specious concepts like the fathoms in the heart. Speaking from a consequential point of view, perspective provided by one's memories narrow by nature. Even in the fathoms, the deepest part of one's heart, where many believe lies nothing. Where many believe lies nothing, the empirical absolute truth. We are still capable of lying. Fascinating, isn't it? They call it the metacognitive error. Some call it unconscious bias as well. I see. You argue that the story I've shown you is simply a fabrication. Indeed. I have not shared any perspective from my employees, but there's no way by which we may verify them anyway. Isn't it obvious that why that is? They're all buried underground, reaved even of their final words. I could finally understand, at least to a degree, what Virgilius and Don Quixote have been telling me. Though there is nothing to be called a human face remaining in this distorted form, I think I caught a glimpse of loneliness from Hohenheim's expression. Oh. No, did not mean to do that. Well, I'll do that too. Go crazy.
날카롭고 정확하게.
균형을 잃은 게 아니야. 더 세게 후려치려고 기우뚱거린 거지.
슬픔에 흔들린 마음은 이렇게 터져버리죠.
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
Hey Silent, hey, I hope Limbus Sunday is going pretty well. I think we're at the end of this dungeon. We're at the final boss for it. Hey. And then I think I will be ending soon after it because I have people sleeping over and I don't want to be too loud.
이기는 편, 우리 편.
받아볼 텐가.
비록 함께 전장에 나서는 건 아니지만 저희를 이끌어주는 건 단테님만 할 수 있는 일이에요.
Oh, Heathcliff left. Hello, goodbye, Heathcliff. Hello, Ryoshu. Hello, beautiful. Favored. Favored. Alright, I believe in you. I wanna try Ryoshu. Favored. Okay, just take back. How about you? Oh yeah, I thought so. Alright. You're crazy.
날카롭고 내 뒤 정확하게.
화력, 추진, 차, 타.
방금 했던 공격은 매우 효과적이었어. 하지만 아직
Dagger?
부족해.
Yup.
다음 공격은 더 잘할 수
사정없이
있도록.
몰아칠 텐.
이 구속구가 나의 폭력을 저지하기엔 턱없이 모자르지.
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸.
Seems that there's something else you would like to tell me. Very well. You may go ahead and ask. I am prepared to answer any of your questions. I can feel Hohenheim's gaze lingering on me. Hi, Sealy. Thank you for the raid. What are you doing? Ryoshu coming in to tell Mr. Verbosity Saibao. Hey, shut up. How's Digimons? Any new Digi evolutions you want to share that you got? Hi, Sealy. Hi. Right now we're doing a boss. I can feel Hohenheim's gaze lingering on me. Should I say this time? What is Hohenheim trying to hide from us? Oh. Oh, another one. Okay. You're running away from something. Past relays my words, Hohenheim. Running away, an interesting point. But allow me to retort, my choice was not to run away. To deny and evade what had happened was two pathological choice, isn't it? I am very well aware that the only way to solve the problem is to face it head on, which is another aspect of myself that sets me apart from the common man. When an issue arises, or in the rare cases were I to find myself in a tumult of emotional nature, I first attempted to establish a logical explanation. I reconstruct what was perceived and regulate my emotions, expressing fury and anger as a plain waste of resources. But I must admit one thing, now that I have conducted some level of cold introspection, I will admit that it was not entirely mature of me to censor much of my phantoms. Hohenheim, please, this isn't you. I can fix you. We got to shine Greymon up to the burst mode and then send him back to work on something else. Imperial Dramon was the second mega we got access to, and it made grinding a breeze. Whoa! I didn't realize that Digimon also had Mega Digimon. Cool, or Mega Evolutions. Cool. But yeah, if you need a raid and run because it's late, please do so. I didn't really understand most of Hohenheim was talking about, but I can't shake this thought that everything he's been saying was just an effort to distance himself from his own emotions.
저 사람들 좀 지친 것 같아요.
Who the fuck are you and why did I just get gifted a subscription for your channel? Hi Dito! Hello, I'm Esper, and earlier in the beginning of the stream, Brian gifted 50 memberships on YouTube, so that's why you have a subscription. Or that's why you have a gift membership. Say thank you, Brian. Hi.
받아볼 텐가.
Usually on Sundays like this day, I play Limbus, and then the other days I play other games.
그렇게 서 있으면
Thank you, Brian. Oh, that's it? Okay. But yeah, on Tuesday we're gonna play Rad. We're gonna play Robot Alchemo Drive. I think it'll be really fun. Can we see this guy unglitched? I don't think I even want to watch you, Blargarino. Then why did you subscribe to message? Why did you subscribe to message? You could have just shut up and then unsub. You could have just not said anything and unsubbed and dealt with my free membership. What's wrong with you? Why would you go to a place that gave you a free cookie and say, actually, I don't want this, and then put it away in front of me? You could have just drawn it out without saying anything. Go fuck yourself. The escape pods to the surface are here, but there's only one seat left. They're saying that the next one's in 5 minutes. Free cookie, where? Whoa. What if it's crumble? Don't want, never mind, go on it. Hi. Oh, this is what he looked like. Oh, this guy's kind of chopped. This is what he looked like. Blood said Blargarino. What does that even mean? I don't know what that means. Low key, this guy's kind of chopped. I thought he would look like Heathcliff number 2. Don't be rude to him now. Look, I don't actually believe you or hired me because he saw... Look, I don't actually believe you hired me because he saw my potential or anything like that. But I want to believe that you found a hope and potentialities because of me. That's certainly a choice, right? If you're gonna message again, can you look at my rules in my description? I'm gonna give you a little warning. But yeah, have fun for the ride here. A hope and anticipation that we can make things better as long as we kept at it. You just seem like the kind of guy that's like, who gifted me a membership when it was random? Actually, I don't want it. Can somebody refund it to me? That's what you're giving. I can't leave you all behind. I just can't save my skin without... Not without everyone. This is what a right-hand man does, isn't it? Take my potentiality you found and rise. Take it with you to the surface. But you, Johan... And he called him Jimmy? LOL. What about you? Well, maybe next time. Some other time. Oh. Oh, so he lied. He lied. Oh. Doomed Yowie. So sad. Well, maybe next time. Some other time. Rat. It's a hideous emotion. That is why I did nothing at the entrance of that branch. Hey, Draguno. Hey, hi. I forgot if I said hi earlier. Only... remember nothing more. Only remembering. Nothing more. Oh, him trying to dig through the rubble to try and get his friends back. Oh. Remembering the ones I've left behind. I can sense the dungeon of the Phantom slowly beginning to close. Sometime later. He tried digging through the rubble so hard with his fingers that they bled. Sometime later. I have returned safe and sound. Welcome back, boss. To be frank, I once wished to be someone like yourself, Heathcliff. What are you talking about? You don't want Heathcliff to be like Heathcliff. What are you talking about? You don't want Heathcliff to be like Heathcliff. Because it's not easy to put my faith not in games of numbers, but in those slimmest potentialities of the world and continue to exist. You have irreparably changed my recollection of this intervalo, really? My bad. I just got the Fujo vision on at all times. I know it's not very befitting for a researcher to be so, but it is quite the romantic attitude of a human to embody, is it not? Well, the experiment is over. It was a huge success, all thanks to us, right? Fujo vision. Okay. I mean. What do you mean? Look at me. Look at me. Where's the toggle? Look at me. I got this. Look at me. I got this. No, it was a failure. I had established this hypothesis that the solo answer was to hold a firm belief in the shell. Whoa. I had to establish this hypothesis that the sole answer was to hold a firm belief in the self and nothing else. He projected his XBF onto Heathcliff, literally. That's what I'm saying. That's why he was like, oh, actually you'll do because he on the he's like, okay, you'll do because of spontaneity and yada 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 works, but in fact it's because Heathcliff reminded him of his doomed BF Yowie. Had my hypothesis been correct, I would have remained a distortion. It's because he has potential, and Heathcliff is potential man. Thus, I would like to extend my gratitude to all of you. Thank you for making me fail. It seems that the classification for my distortion was HE5SU. Disappointingly mediocre, but I don't suppose it can be helped. At least it's not Zayn. Potential BL. The world is a place where you must find a rare potentiality among the mediocre after all. Let us move on now. Mephistopheles is preparing to depart. Hohenheim's researchers waved at us. Well, meet again, right? Ew, no thank you. Everything has an end, so do consider this to be our final meeting. Down to the last exchange, this guy. The last thing we saw before the portal activated were the LCE researchers pushing up their glasses in our general direction, till I'd only taken a step or two. The entire world around us seemed to transform, landing us back inside a transportation instrument. Now that I think about it, we didn't even get to learn why Gregor's bones made those cracking noises. All we learned from this experience is that the sinners have all become mediocre. But they each held certain potentialities within themselves. We are all potential man. Each of us is mulling over the events at the LCE. We returned to the bus, where Karen and Virgilius were waiting for us. And we're done? Okay. That was an interesting intervalo. He gets up and claps, holy fucking shit, man. And everybody clapped.
그 귀중한 경우의 수에 들어맞았군. 잘 놀다 간다. 회수하지 않은 탄피는 팁이다.
Oh, we're in China. I met you guys. I'm ending the stream at a very Chinese moment of my life. But yeah, we're done for today. Wow. I don't remember the last time I had this much lunacy in one sitting, jeez. But yeah, we're done for today. Thank you for streaming, Espie, for watching. But yeah, next stream will be, I think, it probably will be on Tuesday. I think that's the day where the guests are leaving, but I think I can stream that day. Lunacy. But yeah, another 2 hours perhaps not. And for the lady, perhaps a salad, perhaps not. I want a steak with extra onions, yada yada yada. Can't wait to see what you get up to next week, Smiles. Right, I'm so excited. Good night and good luck. Here before they stay for 2 more weeks. But yeah, next stream will probably be on Tuesday or Wednesday. We're gonna do Robot Alchemo Drive, and then the usual Your Turn to Die. I think for intervalos, I probably won't be doing thumbnails anymore, just to save effort. So probably no art stream. We'll see. But yeah, or I'll try to figure out something else to do on the art stream. Is there anybody I want to read right now? Tab. Damn, no art. Clench his fist. Chad, no art. God fucking damn it, no fucking art stream. No Esperload art stream. What the fuck am I gonna have to do with my life? 6, 7. I'm such a fat fucking chud. True. Leave it a stretch. Hi Emblem. Thank you for checking. I'm ending though. Hey hi. I went to a basketball game and they had a mini matching game for timeout and the guy gets 6'7". I always like the whimsical music at the end. Thank you. Hashtag thank you Nova Syndrome. Alright. I think it's so silly, right? We're gonna raid Fos. We're gonna raid Fos back. They're drawing art. They're drawing an No, they're drawing an icon. Can you say redacted before you go? 6'7". Raid 1. Raid 2. Let's raid. What's it? Okay. I'm gonna say bye to everyone. And then see you guys Tuesday or Wednesday. We'll see. Bye Vegeta. Bye Emblem. Bye Tub. Bye Astel. Bye Dragonite. Bye Table. Bye Bedizzle. Bye Second. Bye Jew. Bye Jew. Bye Ika. Bye Red Tomato. Bye Stark. Paper ring. Bye Phelan. Boomerang.